Recording in progress.
Good evening, everybody. We are going to call this meeting to order. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we get started a little bit later. I'm going to ask the clerk to call roll.
Commissioner Bauer?
Here.
Commissioner Moses?
Here.
Commissioner McKierlane?
Here.
Commissioner Rackison?
Here.
Commissioner Wissman?
Here.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Here.
Chair Hooper?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask, normally we have a segment for general public comment. I have a suspicion, though, that most folks are here for the first item, but I just wanted to check, is anybody here for general public comment or a public comment on the first item? All right, so we're going to move past general public comment and go straight to the next item. In terms of presentations, we don't have any, but in terms of minutes, we have minutes to approve from April 9th. Does anybody have any amendments or edits? Okay, with that, if we could call for a vote.
Commissioner Bauer?
I wasn't here, so I'll recuse.
Commissioner Moses?
Yes.
Commissioner McKierlane?
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison?
Yes.
Commissioner Wissman?
Abstain for absence.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
With that, we are going to move straight into public hearings and matters of consideration. And our first item tonight is one that I'm pretty sure most folks are here to either listen to or give comment on. It is a public hearing and a recommendation to the City of Petaluma Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing and consider a recommendation to approve a site plan and architectural review, or SPAR, for a 32-unit multifamily development located at 2 Ravina Lane, and grant state density bonus concession and waiver requests. And with that, because this is a public hearing, it does not require the commission to disclose any ex parte communications. I'm going to open the public hearing now and invite Mike, our senior planner, to get things started.
Thank you, Chair Hooper. My name is Mike Janusek. I'm a senior planner, consulting planner with M Group, and I'll be presenting the staff report for Ravina Lane Apartments. That's PLSR 2023-0017. Okay. So an overview of my presentation this evening. I'll start with the background, including a regulatory context. I'll go into project description. I'll summarize public outreach. I'll provide staff's analysis against the standards of review. And then I'll provide staff's recommendation. Here you see an existing conditions aerial. It's a rectangular 1-acre site at the corner of Ravina Lane and Jacqueline Lane. The existing condition is that it contains ruderal vegetation and 7 existing trees, including 4 coast live oaks, 1 valley oak, and one Monterey pine and 1 Lombardy poplar. Approximately 90 feet north of the intersection is a gate, and that's the demarcation where Ravina Lane turns from a public street to a private road. There's about 30 feet of fall from the southeast corner of the lot to the northwest corner of the lot. The average slope is 9%, and the steepest grade is 14%, and that's the steepest part is the southern southeast portion. The general plan, sorry about that. Here's a Google Street View of the corner, and you can see Jacqueline uphill to the right, and then around the corner to Ravina and the gate. The existing shed and AM radio tower have been demolished. And the general plan land use designation is medium density residential. This allows for various dwelling types, including single-family dwellings and multifamily housing. The base density associated with this designation is 8.1 to 18 housing units per net acre per the general plan. The surrounding designations are diverse low density residential to the northeast, sort of in the tan. The yellow is low density residential, which is to the east, the south, and the west. And then the northwest is more medium density residential. To the north is a city-owned property, which is occupied by...
Excuse me, can you speak up?
Sure, sorry. A city-owned property is to the north, which is occupied by Fair Housing Sonoma, and that is designated public, semi-public. The site zoning is R4, which implements the general plan medium density residential designation. Surrounding are various PUDs, the Quarry Heights PUD to the northeast, Riverview to the south and west, and then there's more R4 zoning to the northwest, and then civic facilities to the north. Before you this evening is a site plan and architectural review, or SPAR, application. The draft resolutions in attachment 1. This pertains to the scope of work for site improvements, including the building, the parking, landscaping, retaining walls, storm facilities. And then your resolution also goes on to include findings for the density bonus concessions and waivers. There's also an attachment 2, which verifies, it's an eligibility determination letter from staff, which verifies the state density bonus request for the number of units and also the concessions and waivers, and provides a list and more detail on what those requests are. And then also, just so you're aware, the review authority is Planning Commission for housing projects that include 5 or more units. Any residential projects, I should say, that include 5 or more units, that goes to Planning Commission for review. The project was also submitted under SB 330 and the aforementioned state density bonus. SB 330 amends the Housing Accountability Act, which allows an applicant vesting rights and other review streamlining advantages. And specifically, you can vest zoning and objective design standards with a preliminary application. It limits the number of public hearings to 5, in addition to other city review streamlining requirements. And Housing Accountability Act prohibits a local government from disapproving or reducing the density of qualified housing development projects. SB 330 doesn't replace the discretionary review process, and so therefore it's still going through SPAR and subject to the applicable subjective findings in SPAR. That said, there's limitations, and a subjective standard shall not be used to deny a project submitted under SB 330, reduce the number of units, or render an affordable housing project financially infeasible. For the density bonus, the project is eligible for an 80% density bonus. And that's because it's 100% affordable and intended for households of lower income, which includes low, very low, and extremely low income households based on AMI. And then,
if we could pause for a moment, they're going to reset the speaker system and see if we can get better sound quality.
okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for, oh wow, this really does work. Thanks for your patience, everybody, with this brief intermission. We've got to do the government equivalent of turning it off and on again. So.
Testing. I think it's back.
Great. Okay, let's try that then. Thank you.
Thanks for the tech support. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay, and just interrupt me if you need to. So as I was saying, there's a density bonus request, and they're eligible for an 80% density bonus for units based on affordability and the 100% affordable. And then density bonus also enables a developer to request concessions for identifiable cost reduction, concessions of development standards or other regulations, as well as waivers from development standards where those standards would preclude development of the density. So based on the affordability level, there's 4 concessions or incentives that may be requested. The applicant's requesting 2. And they get unlimited, or I should say a developer gets unlimited waivers to development standards, and this project has requested 12, and all of that is detailed in attachment 2. The project description for the SPAR, it includes 2 roughly 9,000 square foot 3-story apartment buildings, which will comprise 32 units. It includes a 30-foot wide two-way driveway and fire truck turnaround. It includes parking. There's 51 parking spaces through a combination of tuck-under parking and a rear surface lot. And then there's various site improvements, including landscaping, retaining walls, stormwater, and I'll run through each in more detail in the next few slides. There's also public improvements at the frontage. So Ravina Lane, the public portion where the driveway access is proposed, would be widened by 12 feet, and that would allow the turning radius for the fire apparatus. And then there'd be a 5-foot public sidewalk as well. So here's a site plan. So the, 2 apartment buildings, A and B. The middle drive aisle, here's the entrance at the top of the screen, 5-foot public sidewalk. Here's the rear surface lot with a fire truck and trash hauler hammerhead. And then there's also other site amenities that I'll get into with the landscape plan. And the project complies with all R4 zoning standards, except for those which for which waivers have been requested. And then also there's 4 to 6 foot wide pedestrian walkways that go around and provide continuous pedestrian access across the site and connect to the public sidewalk. And then there's 6 bike parking stalls in the the southeast portion, and that's a combination of secure and covered parking stalls. The floor plans mirror each other for buildings A and B. A is the north building and B is the south building. B contains 17 units, whereas A contains 15 units. They're otherwise the same, except for the first floor programming is different. A includes a gym and laundry room and mailroom, and B includes a leasing office, property management office, and a community kitchen. Here's the elevations and the facade. This is, I don't even know which facade this is, but it's typical, and they're identical for the south and the north. So this could either be the north facade of building A or the south facade of building B. So this is the primary exterior. You have composition, dark charcoal composition shingles. There's fiber cement siding for both the horizontal and vertical siding. There's also board and batten elements on the vertical siding. And then you have split face concrete block for the retaining walls. There's also some open balcony railings. They're slatted, but there's very narrow openings, which would allow for privacy between as viewed from the neighborhood to toward the building. And here's the landscape plan. There's roughly 8,000 square feet of landscaping. And this is through a combination of parking lot landscaping and yard spaces. There's also some amenities. There's a dog relief area. There's a tot lot, as well as a teenager play area or recreational space. And there's also a layered composition of the trees and the shrubs, but it's also maintaining enough clearance to provide acceptable defensible space between the shrubs and the trees. So the shrubs proposed are all low-growing shrubs. And that helps the project comply with WUI standards. There's an enhanced 10 to 15 foot evergreen hedge along the eastern property line that would provide privacy relative to adjacent living areas to the east, the single family home to the east. And there's 15 new trees proposed. There's 12 on site and 3 would be street trees. The street tree plan is blended between existing, there's 5 existing trees that would be retained along the Jacqueline frontage. And 8 trees would be removed on site. So of those 8 trees that would be removed, 5 of them are oaks. Of the 15 that would be planted, 7 would be oaks. There's also an enhanced, so in addition to the 3 street trees, there would also be shrubs, which would provide an enhanced streetscape along Jacqueline and soften the massing. There's, because of the moderate grades, there's retaining walls that retain cut grades and fill grades on each property line, all 4 property lines. The cut grades are on the south and the east, and those retaining walls would face toward the interior of the site. And then the fill grades are on the north and the west, and those would retain those would face away from the site. However, because it's facing private property, it wouldn't be visible from the public right-of-way. And then the tallest walls are located in the south and the east property line, and they're ranging from 6 to 11 feet. There's as many as 3 separate terraces with 2 landings in between each tier in those locations. And then anytime a grade differential of 30 inches or more from the top of the retaining wall to the bottom, there's additional fencing or guardrails for safety. And all told, 7 of the 12 waivers in the density bonus request pertain to various wall heights and wall locations in order to create the building pads. Building also reviewed and accepted a preliminary geotech report, which has retaining wall recommendations. Here's the utility plan, and I'll speak to the storm plan. There's a combination of underground storm drains and trench drains that would convey stormwater to the public system. Before it leaves the site, there's a modular wetland underground filtration system that would prevent any contaminants from parking areas and whatnot from getting into the public system. And there would be, so this connects to Petaluma Boulevard South, and so there'd be a roughly 500-foot long extension within the Ravina Lane easement that would convey the stormwater downhill to the public main in Petaluma Boulevard South, and that's an 18-inch storm drain that would be provided. And that would be a public storm drain as well. And then, so in addition to the SPAR scope of work, there's the density bonus and waivers, density bonus concession and waivers. There's 2 concessions and 12 waivers, and those are outlined in attachment 2. There's also findings in attachment 1. And similar to HAA, there are limitations for a city, and the concessions can only be denied if written findings are made on substantial evidence that the concession would not result in identifiable and actual cost savings, would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety, if there's a historical resource on site, or if it would be contrary to state or federal law. And again, with the waivers, it's very limited. The waiver must be approved unless written findings can be made upon substantial evidence that the waiver would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety. There's a historical resource on the property, or because the waiver would be contrary to state or federal law. A summary of public outreach. There was a required neighborhood meeting in July 9th, on July 19th, 2023. A neighborhood meeting is required for any discretionary project that requires a public hearing that is in a residential neighborhood or in close proximity to. So that was a requirement, and it was held on July 19th. There's also 22 written comments that came in during the time the formal entitlement application was submitted in September, or since the neighborhood meeting up until the public noticing. And then during the public notice period, there were 14 written comments. Topics included traffic, driveway access and location, wildfire risk and evacuation, density and multifamily use, street width, environmental review, biological resources, air quality and noise, public safety and emergency management, parking, community engagement, the use of Ravina Lane easement for vehicular, bike, and pedestrian access, access to transit and other resources, and location of the trash enclosure and dog relief pad. And some project revisions that were made to address public comments. The parking was relocated to the rear of the site, and that's to help the streetscape and help the aesthetics as viewed along the public right-of-way. There is enhanced screening in the form of the evergreen hedge to help buffer the residents to the east. There was enhanced streetscape planning on Jacqueline to soften the massing. There was a decrease in the open railing widths to help provide more privacy. The color scheme was toned down a bit to make it more subdued and prevent any potential for glare from light or bright colors. And there's also a condition that's in attachment 1 that requires that any gate of the private road for Ravina Lane that would the applicant would need to install a Knox box or other Opticom system to ensure that first responders could use that easement in the event of an emergency. And backing up, a couple other comments that were unable to be addressed or were requested and weren't addressed, specifically using Ravina Lane easement for site access. The city does not have an access to require dedication of the private road as public right-of-way. And then in terms of the dog relief pad, staff requested relocation, but the design team was unable to accommodate the request based on the layout constraints. And the applicant has clarified that the nature of the dog relief pad would be, it's not for recreational purposes, it's for short duration and is small, so it wouldn't be for recreation, which would help minimize any nuisance of its location and use. Staff is able to make the applicable findings. You'll see general plan consistency analysis in the staff report, pages 12 to 17. And then the IZO, I already explained the R4 standards when going through the site plan. So it complies with all R4 base zone standards, again, except for where a density bonus waiver is requested. And then for density bonus, it complies with our Chapter 27 and state density bonus law as well. And it would be required to have a housing agreement as well, pursuant to Chapter 27. And then for the SPAR findings, which are Section 24050E, I won't go into great detail, but I try to incorporate the most pertinent aspects of the site, most pertinent aspects of the findings throughout the presentation. But in summary, the project uses earth tones for the exterior colors, horizontal and vertical siding, articulated roof lines and jogs in the building footprint, It uses a farmhouse architectural motif, including board and batten vertical elements, modest roof pitches, and a combination of projecting and recessed balconies. The building meets all required setbacks. The proposed buildings are proposed on a cut pad, and it's cut into the hillside, and so that makes the profile effectively a two-story facade as viewed from Jacqueline. The landscaping consists of 15 new trees, including 7 native oak trees. There's an enhanced privacy screen consisting of 10 to 15 foot evergreen side obscuring hedge that's adjacent to the single family residence to the east. And the project would provide public improvements such as Ravina Lane widening from 20 to 32 feet, a 5-foot wide public sidewalk, and continuous on-site pedestrian walkways. And then last, no adverse public health or safety impacts associated with this project can be found that would allow the city to deny the project under HAA, SB 330, or state density bonus. The city concludes fire, public works, building, and planning. There are no specific adverse impacts that could reasonably result in denial of the project. The CEQA analysis, and you'll find a detailed analysis in attachment 5. It qualifies and is eligible for a statutory exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15194, which is an affordable housing exemption. It meets the eligibility requirements in section 15192. And then again, the affordable housing exemption criteria. And so it's eligible for this exemption and no further environmental review is required. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider Resolution Attachment 1 approving SPAR for Ravina Lane Apartments and grant state density bonus concession and waiver requests. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, Mike decided to flash on and off for a second. Correct me if I'm wrong, but do we have more presentation from the emergency management operator as well?
No, I don't believe there's any other staff presentation.
No, that concludes staff presentations. I believe the applicant's available to provide comments.
I'd like us to get the applicant's presentation and then we'll go to questions.
Testing.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you all for being here to review our proposal. My name is Lauren Alexander. I'm the project manager on this project, and with me on our team I have Lance Cronell, who's the architect of record from SDG Architects, and AJ Whitaker from Atlas Civil Design, civil engineer on the project. We're available for any questions. Mike did a very thorough job with the report, so I'll just fill in a couple of details about public outreach that were not mentioned, and then if there's an interest in understanding a little bit more about how the project would operate once it's built, I can go into a little bit of detail on that as well. So we did have a neighborhood meeting in July of 2023, as Mike mentioned. I had a number of private meetings with other neighbors in the area. In addition to that, the neighbors that are directly to the west of us that own the 2 parcels along Ravina Lane, I met with on several different occasions to talk about the use of the easement there because that is their property. And I also met with a group of neighbors overall here to discuss some of their concerns and answer questions that they had. I also spoke with the owners of Rovina Lane. I don't have their names, but they happened to be closing escrow the day after they learned about the start of this project. So I spoke with them about that in detail before they made the decision to close on their property. Met with several different local organizations, Generation Housing, who I believe is also here. I'll see in the back. Know Before You Grow. I did a presentation that's local to constituents that were interested in the project and to answer any questions about affordable housing generally. And then I also had a meeting with Petaluma People Services Center, who rents out space on the city parcel that would be our neighbor. The topics that were brought up in those conversations really are covered in the list that Mike offered. Nothing that was any different. I will just mention the easement along Rovina Lane was put in place, and this is in the report, I believe, in 1949. It's a fairly old document. It's very general and broad, allowing access and utilities. So the current plan is to use the southern portion of the easement for access to the project, but not to use the easement to drive residents out to Petaluma Boulevard South. We didn't think that that was a good use of the easement, and the utilities, obviously the extension is going to run underneath that. I've had conversations with the property owners on the other side. They have asked us to stub out the storm drain and sewer to their properties, which we will discuss with them further, which they're required to do, I believe, as the annexation into the city was done. And what I would just say in reference to condition, I think 31 about the Knox box, that's a little tricky in that we're not the sole beneficiaries of that easement. So we don't have the sole decision-making power about what goes on that site. As of now, we do not have any plans to install a gate or a fence along Rovina Lane, only to remove the existing one. And we have not had any conversations with those property owners about installing a gate. So we might need to amend that language just because we don't have the full power to install that. I'll move to operations and property management. It's a question that many people usually have. The Pacific Companies, which is the parent company of Pacific West Communities, will remain the owner of the project. The project will be deed restricted, affordable for 55 years, and under state tax credit laws, you are required to remain the owner for 10 years, minimally, but more like 15 years. The Pacific Companies has an internal asset management division that oversees all of their properties across the state, and they hire property management companies that will hire the on-site manager and manage day-to-day operations, leasing, with the oversight of the Pacific Companies. There's a tremendous amount of compliance that's involved in managing a property that receives state tax credits. So we need property management companies that specialize in that. It otherwise, though, operates very much like a market rate property would. People have to apply. They have to be qualified, of course, by their income level for the unit that they're applying for. But otherwise, they sign a lease. It has a fixed term. There are rules in the lease that, if they're broken, can lead to actions taken by the property owner. And we have over 200 properties like this across the state, so we're very used to working with neighborhoods. When the project is operational, one of the things that I discussed with the group of neighbors that I met with was possibly forming a committee for the neighborhood, so that as the property begins to operate, if there are concerns, there's complaints, they have a process by which they can come to property management, discuss those concerns, and have them heard. That's a structure that we've used in other neighborhoods. So definitely open to that idea. The only other kind of detail I would think to mention is that because we are using public funds for this project, the state has oversight onto property management. So we're inspected at least once a year for things like maintenance of the grounds, maintenance of the units, the lease terms, the resident rules, things like that. So between that and local agreements that we'll be signing, there's quite a bit of oversight into the property management. And with that, we're available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. We will now go to commissioner questions. I'm going to ask us to focus on questions so that at the end of that, we can allow the public to give comment before we get back to comments and discussion. I'm going to start on this side. Jessica, do you have any questions?
Sure. You started to get into it, but I was hoping you could detail the Knox box situation, current status, how the project will change it, and sort of eventual solve, just so we're all clear.
So the current situation is that at the southern end of the easement, there is a gate that blocks drivers from going down that easement. That will have to be removed in order for us to build our project. We do not have plans to replace the gate, nor do we have plans to install a gate anywhere along Ravenna Lane. That's a conversation that we have to have with the property owners to the west, and we just haven't been able to have that meeting yet. They have a sort of complex situation with ownership changing on that side. It's our preference not to have a gate. I don't know that one is necessary. They use that as their primary driveway to access their properties, and we will have signs up that direct our residents not to use it for that purpose. We would like to keep it open for EVA, certainly, and then also for pedestrian bike traffic out to Petaluma Boulevard South.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding you, there's a gate there now that you're going to definitely take out, but you don't have sole power to make sure no new gate comes up, is part of what you're saying?
That's correct. I do believe, and I am not an attorney, so we will check this with an attorney, but I do believe that the way that the easement is written, the residents or the owners of the two properties along Ravenna Lane cannot install anything that would impede our use of the easement. A gate would do that. So I do believe there's legal reasons we wouldn't have one.
Great. And then just generally, I know we're talking 30% to 60% AMI for those affordable units. Could you just have rough numbers to give us just so we can all sort of be rooted in that math of expected, just so we're clear on what we're talking about for affordable housing here?
In terms of the incomes of the residents that would live in the units?
And expected rent.
Oh, so I believe so I would love to give this a direct answer, but it's a little bit complicated. The way the AMIs work is they do it by household size. So if we just look at the average size of a household of 4 people, which would be 2 kids and 2 adults, I believe the Sonoma County area median income right now is $124,400. So from there, you would take the percentage. So a 30% unit would be 30% of that. Can't do that math in my head. But you get the drift, and then they would have to make that or less, and we are not allowed to charge more than 30% of their income in rent and utilities.
Okay. Great.
Does that answer your question?
I'll whip out the calculator.
Okay.
I think sorry, one more time with the...
So if you say the area median income for Sonoma County.
Right, which you rattled off that number.
$124,400.
Great.
I believe that's accurate.
For 4. Cool.
Yeah.
I can go from there. Thank
That's
you.
good. Okay.
Thank you. Roger?
Just a couple of questions. It's mentioned that there's a limit of how many trees you can plant. 16 are required, but you're only planting less than that. Is there a reason for that?
Just ran out of space. Yeah.
Can you plant smaller trees?
That's a complicated answer, I think, because we could, but I believe that we're required to plant the same size as we're removing, or there's a corresponding size to the tree that we're removing that we have to replant as a minimum size, right? It's a box size.
I don't think that's even feasible, planting the same size you're removing.
No, I'm sorry. I meant a corresponding size. So if we remove a mature tree, we have to replace it with, there's a minimum size tree that we can replace it with. So we can't necessarily go smaller than that.
I guess the only question, there's a lot of retaining wall conditions, and it seems like tree planting would help those conditions.
We had extensive discussions about that, especially along the eastern side, and we're running into kind of a conflict between wanting to help with screening on that side and fire defensibility. So the fire department asked us to remove some of the vegetation that was along that side, reduce the height of it for fire safety.
Okay. The other question is along Jocelyn, there's existing trees that you're maintaining. but it looks like the retaining walls cut into their drip line quite severely. Is there any sort of arborist involvement or evaluation or monitoring?
Yes, we have an arborist report, and that same arborist will do an inspection of the trees prior to construction. We are open to replacing the trees, the street trees that exist. We thought we would show them as, maintaining them because they are alive and healthy. So there's no need to pull them out necessarily, but we can replace them with new trees. And an arborist would help us.
No, I'm not suggesting you replace them. I'm suggesting we
Protect them.
Make sure that we do keep them alive because they're a valuable buffer to the neighborhood.
Sure. Yeah, an arborist will help us with tree protection plans before construction.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in with a few questions, a lot of which are going to be for Mike and staff right out of the gate, so you can probably sit down if you want to.
Okay. I'll hang out just in case.
Thank you. I want to do a little bit of table setting with my questions. Some of this has been more than covered in staff reports. Some of this has come up in questions that we've asked staff in between. But I want to make sure we have at least a bit of a shared understanding of the regulatory framework we're kind of imposed upon us for this. So just at the start, a lot of folks have raised issues with fire concerns. Having gone to that site multiple times now myself, I can see why that keeps cropping up, especially with it being in a local WUI. Can you speak to how our fire services cleared the site or cleared the project?
Yes, Chair Hooper. So Fire has reviewed the plans and has approved them with conditions to comply with WUI standards. That includes, as Lauren was just talking about, with plantings, it includes things like defensible space, which the fire marshal will review upon building permit submittal. They'll look at the landscape plan to make sure there's no pyrophytic species, to make sure shrubs aren't too close to tree canopies, et cetera. And then there's also building code requirements that require materials to be fire hardened. So the siding, the roof shingles have to be Class A fire rated. There's other requirements for the vents of the building. And then because the project is less than 100 units, there's only, per the fire code, there's only one fire access required, which it's meeting, and it shows the fire apparatus diagram and the turnaround. And so, but then that said, the easement would provide a secondary means of access for fire, and in the event of an emergency response, they would be able to use that Ravina Lane easement. And it would also, per the fire marshal, it would be able to be used in an evacuation scenario as well. And so, it complies with the fire code, the building code, and Fire's reviewed it.
So just to be clear then, aside from following pretty much the current standards for home hardening and defensible space, folks, should we be in an emergency situation where people have to evacuate, aside from fire services being able to come into Ravina, people on site will be able to exit out to Petaluma Boulevard South through Ravina, correct? Yes,
that's what we're told from the fire marshal. That would be the case, correct?
Okay. That is a bit of a relief. A few neighbors were able to send some comments talking about how CAL FIRE used to patrol the area. I was just wondering, was there a reason that ceased, and did that factor at all into assessing the site?
I'm not aware of CAL FIRE patrol history. However, I believe the state maps were recently updated, and this site is not in a fire hazard zone per the state mapping, but it is in I believe, a local responsibility area, and our current adopted local mapping shows it as within the wildfire urban land interface, or wildland urban interface, WUI.
Got it. So this has been checked by our fire marshal. agreements have been made with the applicant for how they'll approach development and site maintenance. And I take it in terms of any potential risk because of current mapping, both from the state and then our own mapping, there'd be no way to consider the fire risk a health hazard or a standard when looking at exemptions for the density bonus or anything related to the project.
That's correct. Yeah, there was no, staff could not find any specific adverse public health and safety impacts.
Got it.
Chair, if I might, we had received we reviewed the project again with Fire Marshal this morning, and unfortunately she wasn't able to be here this evening, but she did send a comment, and I'd like to read that comment into the record. We just received it at about 5:20 this evening.
That would be ideal. Thank you.
Okay, great. So this is an email from Fire Marshal Jessica Power. It was received by staff on Tuesday, April 23rd at 5:20 p.m. And it reads, "Thank you for inquiring about the project at 2 Ravina Lane. Our department has been involved in the reviews of the application and done extensive reviews of the project, including site visits to the area. The project meets the fire code requirements, including the fire-resistive construction required for new development in the wildland-urban interface as adopted by the City of Petaluma. The project is also working with our department to go above and beyond the requirements and will have approval of their defensible space vegetation plan, which is not currently a minimum requirement. These are two of the most important factors in buildings surviving a wildfire. In addition, they not only have the required access point, they have access to Ravina Lane to Petaluma Boulevard in case of a large evacuation." And then she signs it, Jessica Power, Fire Marshal.
Got it. Thank you. Bear with me. I want to make sure we get some of these concerns kind of asked and answered this process, and especially because I assume folks don't have a lot of time to read all the documents that kind of come out with this. So I don't want to assume folks have come in here with that. On access to Ravina Lane, thank you for answering a lot of what would have been my questions on confirming that's more or less a private road, what the access to the easement would be. Will you be able to negotiate long-term use for bikes as well? So at least for the pedestrian bicycle travel through that road, regardless of emergency?
So legally, there's no need to negotiate it because we have the access
Okay.
easement. I do want to preface that with that we are going to be long-term residents in the neighborhood, so we do want to do that as peacefully as possible. With the ownership changes happening on the two parcels that use Ravina Lane as their primary access point, I'm not sure where it'll shake out, but we do legally have the right to use it for that purpose.
Got it. And I know the answer to this, but I'm going to put staff on the spot anyway. Is there a long-term plan of any kind to eventually own Ravina Lane as a city to get control of that, or at least get access to the easement?
So the most immediate or shortest answer to your question is not at this point in time. However, the city does own the approximately 2-acre property between the project site and Petaluma Boulevard South. And, through state laws, jurisdictions are encouraged to redevelop property for housing. So we would anticipate that, currently that's occupied by Family Housing Services of Sonoma County, I believe, and they've been a tenant there for quite a while. But should the city be in a position to redevelop that property at some point in future, certainly I think the preference would be to acquire that easement area for a right-of-way to be able to extend Ravina Lane out to Petaluma Boulevard South. Lacking that, I think certainly a redevelopment of the city-owned parcel would look at how it could provide access to Petaluma Boulevard South through a private drive arrangement.
Okay. It's good to know there's a pathway for it. It's a little disheartening to know it's not anytime soon, if only because outside of emergency context, the route somebody in Ravina Lane would have to take to get to Petaluma Boulevard South, or a main thoroughfare, is a bit I can't say that word right now. Is a bit all over the place if they can't beeline straight to Petaluma Boulevard South. Also, from a public transit perspective, just having access to that is really important. But all right, fair enough. I'm going to move on from Ravina Lane, and I want to ask a few questions around the density bonus. And I have one question for Mike to confirm, and then Dylan, the rest of these are going to be for you. The project's done a really good job of maximizing Housing Crisis Act of 2019, or SB 330, our Housing Accountability Act of 1982, and then our Government Code 65915 for their state density bonus laws. Sorry. To really make this a project that's kind of a lot of this is we have to, and a little less what we would normally do as a planning commission. One thing I wanted to just verify, it's in part because of a combination of those laws that what would normally be an R4 zoning is getting an 80% density bonus, which is why it goes from 18 to 32. And that's also part of why it gets to bypass pretty cleanly a lot of our local ordinances in this regard, correct?
That's correct, Chair Hooper. The project is eligible for an 80% density bonus, and that's in addition to the allowable base density of 18 units per acre. The site's roughly an acre, and so when you consider the 80%, and again, it's in the staff report, and I think I've had my presentation, but it's because it's 100% affordable, and to lower income level households. So that's that's the corresponding, per state density bonus law, that's the corresponding bonus. And then, yes, you also can request, the applicant must request concessions, can request incentives, concessions, or waivers. The concessions are for identifiable cost reductions, and the waivers are for relief from development standards that would otherwise preclude providing the number of units you get under density bonus. So they've requested 2 concessions and then a suite of 12 waivers, and it's detailed in attachment 2.
Got it. Thank you for restating that. It's just important that we have this context, because in a normal context as a commission, we'd be able to engage on certain aspects of this with more control than we have tonight because of this. Dylan, would you mind speaking to the few conditions that would allow us to actually modify the density, or at least the exceptions to this that city has under current law?
Sure, that's an easy answer. The state law, density bonus law, that was enacted back in 1979, provides the city or any local jurisdiction, there aren't findings that the city can make that would reduce the density that the applicant requests here. So for like the concessions and incentives, the state law does provide the city some ability to, if there's health and safety specific findings, or there's affordability, or if it violates the federal or state law, there are findings that the city could find that says those concessions and deny them. But for the actual density, there's nothing the city can do.
Got it. And then I take it now, because of how these laws have evolved, especially since SB 330, the burden of proof now, is that on the city or the applicant to provide the data to prove one of these 3 exception areas?
Yes. I think it was 2 years ago where the state legislature flipped the burden of proof. It's no longer on the applicant to prove that there are actual identifiable health and safety or cost reductions. That would be on the city to prove. If there was a lawsuit, it would be the city. If we're unable to make those findings, we would have to pay attorney's fees. So it is a very, very high burden here. And I would say, too, that the specific health and safety, and I'm reading right now the definition, it would be based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions that existed on the day the application was complete. Mm-hmm. So the fact that this application meets the city's required objective standards, besides the concessions and waivers, makes it very hard for those cities to make those findings. And as city discussed with its building, the fire, emergency planner, and was unable to make those findings.
Right. And just to add one more point to this, because the burden of proof is now on the city to have this data, it's also burden of proof for the city to actually find the data. We can't ask the applicant to clarify or provide more details, especially around things like affordability costs and that sort of thing.
Yes, thank you for that question, Chair. Yes, there's actually cases, I believe it was San Diego and a Berkeley case, both of them, that kind of reaffirmed that the city cannot ask the applicant to provide those cost benefits. But I think this applicants did provide, was it Sonoma County, that proved that there are going to be cost reductions for the concessions that they requested.
Thank you. And moving past the density bonus, but looking at the design front, just trying to keep this in mind for the rest of our remaining questions and other prescriptions we might want to at least discuss having for the applicant. Given the holistic approach that the applicant has taken to affordability, especially around not just the cost of rent, but all the costs of housing, how limited do we end up being when it comes to trying to make changes to design, or at least make any significant changes?
Yes, I can answer that one, and Mike or Andrew, feel free to jump in there too. I believe the city cannot make conditions that leave the product or the project not viable or affordable, and again, that would be on the city to prove. And the city would also have the burden, I think, to show that those big design changes also are needed to mitigate any adverse effects.
Which then effectively means for most changes we want to make, or at least want to propose to make, we'd have to be firmly negotiating with the applicant, who really holds leverage in this case.
I think that's the way I read state law here. It really ties the city in pretty well here.
All right. Well, thank you. I thank you for walking with me through this exercise. It's just, we've put out a lot of documents on this. There have been a lot of emails that have gone back and forth. I can understand it's simple for folks to hear, oh, it's state law, and that sounds like an excuse. So I really wanted to have this laid out here in a public hearing that's also being recorded on YouTube for anybody else to look at later. Just where the kind of limitations are for this discussion for us, and where the limitations are for any prescriptions we want to make compared to what we might normally do. Because in a normal SPAR review, we'd be just going down through our own ordinances, and we wouldn't have as much state law to contend with. Okay. Moving away from that, I have a few more questions, and then I'll stop hogging questions. In terms of parking, how is that figure pulled up? I believe there's a standard for low-income parking numbers. I just wanted to get that confirmed.
Well, the data analysis over the years generally concludes, because there's a lot of studies and there's a lot of factors that go into it, especially the level of urbanization of where affordable housing is located. But if we look across a variety of studies, typically we're finding that car ownership by low-income households ranges from, say, 0.7 per unit to about 1.2 cars per unit. So we're actually, in terms of car ownership, affordable housing trends to be quite a bit less than market rate housing. And so that's one reason why the state then allows for or restricts the ability of the jurisdiction to establish parking minimums for affordable housing, because they're recognizing that the car ownership pattern is different based upon income level.
I take it that that would then mean that we'd have no shot at challenging the parking concession as is, given what that data looks like.
Well, the challenge to the parking concession would be that presumably that you would require or seek to have more parking created on site. Mm-hmm. But given this site in particular, that would likely result in a reduction in the number of units, and that you wouldn't be able to do. So I think that's a factor, but also I think we were constrained by state law with regard to the maximum amount of parking we could require, and that's based on a per unit calculation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. State density bonus does not allow the parking minimum to exceed 1.5 spaces for two and three bedroom units, and so that effectively drops their minimum to 43, and they're providing 51.
All right. Thank you. And then one question I also had, and this is moving away from the state law discussion. This proposes tot lots, and this proposes play areas for or active areas for teenagers as well. I was wondering if the city had or applicant had considered senior activity areas. This been something we've been trying to deal with for a while across a few projects where we've gone straight for tot lots because it's kind of the norm, but we've forgotten a whole chunk of our city and actually growing portion of our city, which is the senior community.
That's a good question. It's like a two-sided answer, I think, in that in seeking public funds for the project, we're also required to provide certain amenities and all the way down to square footage and what kinds of things you can have in that square footage.
Got it.
So we're upheld to that standard. And this is not a senior project specifically, so we hadn't considered that. Generally, all of the projects that we have a like just a general gathering area where you have a shaded structure, a barbecue where people can have gatherings. I don't know if that fits into the conversation you've had around senior amenities. And then what's designated on the plan as like a teen sort of adolescent area would likely be something that adults could use as well. Typically, we have things like an outdoor game area or a outdoor equipment for physical exercise, things like that.
That last part was more of what I was looking for. Okay. And I take it, going back to design, public funds that you're getting for this, literally every square inch of this is probably designed in relationship to the funds that you're getting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I know there's been a lot of conversation both from folks in the neighborhood and then with staff about the dog park and hours of operation. And so I'm just going to give this visibility now.
Sure.
Is there a chance we could have strict guidelines around when that park is open and how that's being managed?
So I would like to go back a little bit in discussing this issue with staff. What I realized, admittedly sort of late, is that we label this a dog park because that is a term that our design consultants and the state tax credit agency is used to seeing. This is a very common amenity because, as you can imagine, if you have apartments, you have people that have pets, and if you let them relieve their pets anywhere on property, you end up with a property management issue. So we have them in almost every project. And we label it a dog park, but it's a 540 square foot area, and it's really meant for a relief area, like so that we don't have dogs relieving themselves all over the property and causing sort of like a public health hazard and a maintenance hazard. It's contained to one area. The intent is not for it to be like a dog run that you would see at a public park where you've got, yards and yards for them to run. I mean, dogs run, right? But it's a small area. And it just took me a bit to realize that might have given the wrong impression of what this area is for. This was brought up early with the first meeting I had privately with some of the neighbors. We did look at reconfiguring the site to move it to another location, and in the end, it just operationally makes the most sense in this location, given the other constraints we have to provide space for children to play and community areas for people to be in. The conversation about restricted hours, it's a little bit like we could do that, and dogs have to pee when they have to pee. Right. I don't know what an owner would do if at 10 p.m. and we've shut it down at 9 and their dog has to go to the bathroom where we do that. It doesn't seem like it would be operationally practical. That being said, I do believe that there are ordinances in place that prevent or at least give neighbors recourse for noise complaints, and those we would be subject to. And in this case, a property manager would be the one that would liaise with the city on a complaint like that, and then we would have to manage that with a resident, which we can and do.
Thank you. And the clarification of what the site actually is makes a lot more sense. I'll just say, people here, when you hear dog park, are thinking very active, noisy, loud. Some of our dog parks are well populated into a lot of odd hours, just because people take different time. So that's part of it. But I also would consider there's a lot of concern about noise. There's a lot of concern about animals just being kind of left off leash or showing up in other parts of the neighborhood. So just having some semblance of clarity on what those regulations or rules are going to look like, I think it would be very important, not just for the neighborhood and their peace of mind, but also just so that we know what the accountability is.
Thank you. Yes, and just to clarify, this will not be open to the public. This is only for residents to use.
Oh, no, I figured.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to provide staff with the sort of typical rules that we would have around a dog area on a property.
That would be helpful. Thank you. And then the one other area I wanted to hit, and then I will stop. We got quite a bit of feedback with regards to where the refuse and trash area is located on site. I'm sure you have gotten a lot of feedback as to where that is located on site. So I'm not trying to belabor that point, but I do want to ask, I know there's been some discussion about trellising the area and doing other things to hide it or mitigate it. One, could you run us through really quick why it is in the location it's in, which I'm pretty sure is an answer you've probably already given a lot. And then after that, what considerations you've made for kind of mitigating that impact, especially for neighbors. I have a few people who've, in my inbox today, I saw her talk about their kid's bedroom's going to be 50 feet away. So that I can understand that being a concern.
Kids' bedroom being 50 feet away from the trash enclosure?
Yeah.
The primary reason that the trash enclosure is where it is because we have to allow for a garbage truck to come in, pick up the bins, and then be able to exit the property. So we have to have that hammerhead, and there's only 2 hammerheads on the property. One is for fire, one is for trash. So it's going to be somewhere. There's no great place for trash. It's one of those unfortunate necessities that we have to deal with. I think it's important to note, because I'm not an architect, so I find it hard to kind of imagine this, but the dog relief area and the trash enclosures are 17 feet below grade. So you won't be able to see the trash enclosure from the sidewalk, let's say, when you're walking down Jacqueline, unless you want to like peer over and see, you won't see it. The neighbor, obviously I haven't been in the neighbor's house to the east, but I wouldn't imagine that you would be able to see much of it there either. It does have to be an enclosure, so it's screened. And we can certainly talk about other measures landscaping wise to try to screen it. But other than that, that's kind of what I've got on that.
All right. What are the screening efforts going to look like right as it stands now?
I believe it's covered, right? You want to come up, Lance?
Yeah.
Lance Cornell, SDG Architects, architect on the project. Just to answer your question a little bit, and just to kind of dovetail on what Lauren was saying about the position of the trash enclosure and the dog run, because of the topography of the site, that particular corner of the development is sort of cut into the hillside a bit, and as Lauren was mentioning, is about 17 feet down from the sidewalk elevation. So you would not really see it at all. The trash bins themselves are all lidded, so you're not ever seeing exposed rubbish by any means. And it's the trash enclosures themselves all are enclosed with a gate to allow for closure. So everything's pretty much self-contained. And so just by its position, we've tucked it away so it's not on Ravina Lane and not proud on Jacqueline near the front corner, but in the opposite area, 1, for circulation, and 2, to kind of hide it away from everything else. So to the property owner that's adjacent to it, they would be looking almost past it before they'd have to be able to see it down from Jacqueline.
Out of curiosity, and I know this, I'm not sure what this would entail, but is there anything that would be in place to deal with potential smell? Just considering odor rises.
Yeah, that relates a lot to the enclosures themselves. Those bins are closed, and so that should mitigate the smell and some odor from that, and also the frequency of service. And so, again, this is a managed site, so if that bid does become an issue, there are mechanisms in place. Tenants or neighbors could reach out to management, and they could address that and liaison with the neighbors or increase the service cycle for that, so that there isn't rubbish that's standing there for any period of time.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Chair Hooper. I just had a few questions because a lot of my questions have already been asked, and answered. But one of the things I just kind of want to make sure I'm aware of, as I know in our documents it says a lot of our discretion, we don't have a lot of discretion over this project because of the SB 330. So I just kind of wanted to ask, what discretion do we really have tonight then without affecting the density or the feasibility of this project?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the discretion that you have tonight is making some conditions that wouldn't really jeopardize the affordability or the density of the site. I think that's fair to say. Andrew, Mike, would you disagree or?
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to ask the applicant was, I thought that an entry on Jacqueline to me made more sense than on Ravina, but you put the entry on Ravina. I just was wondering what went into that decision.
Oh, I can have our civil engineer come up and give you the technical answer, but it doesn't work with the way that the site is depressed. I think what's the height of the existing retaining wall? It's 7 feet. That's along. Yeah. So there's a 7-foot retaining wall there already.
Oh, the topography. So,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I did go to the site, but I didn't realize how. Yeah. Now that you say
it's pretty
it.
steep. Yeah.
Okay. I get that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. And I don't know if this is a stupid question or not, but are there fire hydrants required for this project? Yeah. Okay. So, right. So, I mean, how many? Does anybody know?
It's 2.
Right.
I think it's 2.
Okay.
I think there is one that's existing, if I'm not mistaken. We can look it up and get back to you.
Okay, good. So that will help with fire.
We're meeting all the
services.
required
Okay.
engineering
Right.
for
Okay. Yeah.
fire safety. Yeah.
I just didn't see any of that mentioned in the project documents that I saw, so I just wanted to make sure about that. Let's see. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the staff and applicant for making a presentation that I think gives a lot of clarity to the project. And thank you for Heidi for asking the big question, is what do we have discretion to change? In that vein, I'm actually going to start with some questions for staff and then have some questions and potential ideas for the applicant. The first one is regarding CEQA. So as part of this process, we are also signing off on our resolution an exemption from CEQA for the arguments made and the documentation we're given. I know we've had a local wildlife expert write in regarding biological assessments, things of that nature. So I wrote the question here as basic as I can. What is our burden of proof or requirements to make findings denying a CEQA exemption? And that could be an example of if we say there's an inadequate assessment of impacts on biological resources, what is the argument threshold we need to reach regarding CEQA?
I can take a stab at that. So for CEQA and specifically the affordable housing exemption, which the planning environmental planner used here, they give specific requirements to thresholds to meet those. And I mean, some are pretty easy, whether it's less than 50 units, whether it's less than 5 acres. And there's definitely facts in the record to prove that. The other one that's a little more, or not as black and white as those are, that it is not on in a sensitive environment. So there is facts in the record that showed why it is not in a sort of sensitive environment, and why the planning environmental planner was able to make those findings. So the city, as the planning commission, they have if there are facts in the record that would be able to allow the planning commissioners to make the findings for why those thresholds have not been met, as long as there's substantial evidence in the record to make those findings, the judge really should not be able to overturn the city there.
And so, but substantial evidence compared to some of the other CEQA reviews we've had, that's different than the fair argument test that we've seen before.
Correct. Because this is a statutory exemption and not a categorical exemption, categorical exemptions are like the Class 1, Class 2, common sense exemptions. Those, a fair argument would be able to defeat the city there, and the city would need to do a negative declaration. But because this is a statutory exemption, as long as there is substantial evidence in the record, which is a pretty low bar, it's just that a reasonable person could agree with this commission to make those findings.
And then what is our liability as a city from potential legal action by the applicant if we deny this CEQA exemption?
Yeah, so any action against CEQA, the city would be subject to attorney's fees. So that's probably the main one. I believe there's also potentially, because it's an affordable project, maybe damages for holding this project up. And if the housing costs continue to increase for materials and supplies, which it's definitely been, I think that could be another consequence as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think Blake actually asked a lot of the other questions to really set the framework of what we're dealing with. So thank you, Dylan and staff. And I'll move to the applicant. I heard you say in pursuing the connection for that private area of Ravina Lane to Petaluma Boulevard South, you said you hadn't really pursued it. You didn't think it was the best use. Just a quick question, why? Because it does seem like a good access for circulation and things of that nature. But what were your guys' thoughts around that?
So it's a gray area, and I spoke with 3 different attorneys about it, and they all had different opinions, which is always great. The main concern is that when an easement, and this is my understanding of the legal situation, when an easement is put in place, there is consideration made to what existed at the time the easement was created, and if you then change the use, you can be at risk of what they call overburdening the easement, and there's case law that rules in favor of the overburdened. So in this case, this easement was put in place in 1949, and I think at that time was a mostly horse pasture. So it was used for access, but there wasn't really consideration for 32 apartment units, and our thought was that it would probably be considered overburdening the easement as it was intended to be used. So that's really where we landed.
Thank you for that. And given that context, are you as an applicant or your applicant team open to continued dialogue with those property owners? We know the city is one large property owner there. Are you open to continued dialogue with those property owners to potentially make use of that easement one day?
Yes, I spoke with them this evening or one of them. Yes, definitely open to it. Actually, when we first approached the city about this project, we submitted a proposal or a sketch for using this site in conjunction with the city's site so that we'd have one large project which would have access running through it to Petaluma Boulevard South. And our timing wasn't good, so the city wasn't in a position to take on that kind of project, although I believe that there was some sort of good feelings about that possibility. That's certainly something we would consider, in partnership with the city. Certainly something we would cooperate with if the city wanted to make their own effort at that. And there's a possibility that the 2 properties on which the easement lies could go on the market. We've discussed the possibility of buying those and widening the road. There's lots of different ways that it could be done. We're certainly open to it, and a lot of it depends on timing, and who's ready to do what when.
Yeah, and you said they closed escrow the day before you guys, so there's potentially some things changing there.
That was a different property, but yes, that's That's on Jacqueline.
Oh,
They're
okay.
74 Ravina Lane, which is like right across from where our entrance exit will be. The next property over is the property that owns the easement.
Okay, understood. But thank you for that answer and clarifying that private drive. And then regarding paved surfaces on the site, it's my understanding we require a minimum of Tier 1 for CalGreen measures, which is 20% of total paved areas, except accessible routes needing to be permeable. And maybe it's my illiteracy with the drawings. I couldn't tell if that was the case. I saw the stormwater plan to route impermeable surfaces to get water off the site efficiently. But can you speak to that, any permeable paving and those standards?
I'm going to ask AJ to come up and talk about that because I don't know the percentages to be able to answer the question.
AJ Whitaker with Atlas Civil Design, civil engineer on the project. The simple answer is no. There is no permeable paving proposed on this. We were able to meet the stormwater quality requirements of the region through the use of a proprietary stormwater filtration system, and it's located in the central portion of the site. This is a tight site. There's a lot of vehicle turning movements happening here. In my experience, permeable paving doesn't lend itself to those turning movements ideally, so there is nothing proposed at this time.
Thank you for that. And then I guess to staff, are CalGreen measures, that Tier 1 CalGreen, this is something I'm picking up from previous projects. Is that an objective measure they have to comport with? Is this something covered in waivers or concessions? Or?
Well, it's an objective measure, but it's a requirement of the building permit. So compliance with CalGreen is reviewed during building permit time.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Sure.
And I guess, yeah, I'll save that for commentary. In driving through the neighborhood, moving to the actual structural design, materiality, things like that, in driving through the neighborhood, I noticed that there are buildings there that have some kind of architectural elements like bays, overhangs, stone and texturing, especially around entry areas or around first floors. In that vein, I'm wondering, have you guys considered any changes like that, maybe around central entryway points, focusing some different materiality around a central entryway for design, or maybe even a different coloration tone, the vertical versus the horizontal fiber cement board? Has anything like that been put into plans, or maybe you can speak to budget constraints or something with, public fund requirements for the building?
Great. From a public funds requirement perspective, there isn't much around the coloring or decorative elements of the buildings. And Lance can come up and tell you a bit about the design.
Thank you for the question. In designing the buildings themselves, the first thing we did is we looked at the context of the neighborhood that it's going to be sitting in. And what we found, it was a combination of 3 different materials: vertical siding, horizontal siding, and plaster or stucco that was prevalent in the neighborhood surrounding the site. So those are the 3 main components that we wanted to use. From an architectural perspective, we saw a lot of gable end treatments, a lot of farmhouse styles and craftsman styles permeating the site. So we used those as influence to make sure that this site had an architecture that was contextual in its articulation and its architectural style. In terms of the enhancements of the entry points that you're talking about, there are multiple entry points because there's 32 doors in the site. And a lot of those are internal to the site. There's one main area for the leasing office, and then there's a mail room, and then a gym, and all of those. Those are all proud, and so those are all positioned right on Ravina Lane on the corner. So those are the most prominent, most publicly accessible ones for the public use. The doors themselves all are akin to very much what you see in the neighborhoods around themselves. There's not too much celebration of the main entries and a lot of the neighborhood architecture that we saw. And so we wanted to keep that style kind of permeating through the architecture that we designed.
Thank you for that. And then while you're up at the dais or up at the podium, I couldn't tell from the drawing if the windows were recessed and then just window material.
Yeah, so the windows are flush with the wall plane. There are trim that goes around it, and depending on if it's stucco or siding, there'll either be a stucco material around it as a trim or a hardy board material around it, depending on which material that it's adjacent to.
Okay, great. And then the other one, just as an example, the interior units. So I was looking at building type A, the second floors, some of those interior spaces. Just speak to, light and cross ventilation in those spaces, because when I saw them, I thought I want to make sure people living here get enough light, they get cross ventilation. Sometimes you see this done with skylights on areas like this, which might not be viable, but can you speak to that in the units?
Sure. The buildings themselves are fairly compact in terms of apartment buildings per se. So the light throws from the interior courtyards are fairly short, which means it's a fairly bright interior courtyard just from natural light. The idea is to supplement that with lighting in those hallways so that there are no dark hallways, and they're obviously for safety concerns and for accessibility reasons. The breezeways allow for that flow, that airflow and that circulation. So there's a lot of that going through the site. So coming east to west where the prevailing winds are dominant, the airflow will be nice and temperate throughout most of the year.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then I think moving to fencing and retaining walls, which is a big one. A similar concern regarding light for residents of the property. There's a lot of excavation on the south property line and kind of the southeasterly property lines, really. Building B first floors, some of the other first floor residents in those areas were going to be significantly below grade.
Right.
Has there been any thought to maybe a fencing material that would allow more light in, or how are you guys addressing that so it's not, too dark for users on those first floors?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we work with planning staff to make sure that we created enough light, enough area, enough breadth between the building edge and the retaining wall to allow the maximum amount of light that was in there. So we went from 8.5 feet to 10 feet just in our most recent revision to that site along Jacqueline, which is the area that has kind of that tiered retaining wall. So we're very sensitive to that, and that's why we tiered the retaining wall as well, to kind of open it up a little bit so it isn't one long wall with a big kind of depression in there. It's tiered up, so you're allowing that angle of reflection in there to allow more light. So we were very cognizant of that going in.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then I don't know if this would be a question for you or not, but I was going to move into trees and landscaping.
I'll give it a shot. If not,
we can tag team.
All right, we'll be able to tackle it together. So I noticed that there's a lot. There's red oak proposed on the site. Was there a reason to do that rather than like Quercus agrifolia or lobata, the valley oak or the live oak? Red oak generally has a little bit higher water usage and is not native to this area. Was there any thought, or just walk me through that decision? Are you open to another species?
That would definitely be a landscape architect question. I don't know the answer to that one. I don't know if you want to give it a shot.
I'll give you two things. So first, yes, definitely open to changing species. Landscape is one of the easiest things to change past this point, and we're definitely open to discussing that. The landscape architect used a plant list from Marin County that was fire safe, water, I forget what, the drought tolerant plants. So that's where most of the species came from, and definitely open if there's suggestions to be made. Yeah.
Okay, maybe this is a question for staff. If we have ideas or thoughts on the planting plan, but we obviously want their landscape architect to kind of filter those, what's the best way to enter that into this proceeding?
You could have a condition of approval that would recommend evaluating certain species for inclusion in the planting plan.
Terrific. Thank you. Because I was going to say
right, and then I would go ahead and have that be subject to planning review and approval.
Okay, thank you for that. Because likewise, I was going to ask the same question about there's eastern redbud on the site instead of western redbud, which is actually a lower water use and a native species. So I will make that commentary when it's time to talk conditions of approval. But just again on trees, Commissioner McGarlane brought up the the objective requirement of those trees per 500 square footage. And I know that we are 4 trees short. On attachment 2, page 9, when we talk about waivers and concessions, I didn't see a statement there. It's the final item on why additional trees resulted in additional costs or prevented development of units. Maybe there's something there, staff, that I'm misreading, or maybe the applicant can comment on the impacts that we're asking the concession from that objective standard.
I'm happy to.
Page 9 is part of the applicant's request, so I would defer to them, although I would venture that it has to do more so with a physical constraint in this waiver request than an identifiable cost reduction.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a big puzzle, right? You're trying to figure out how do you meet ADA requirements and then Cal Green Tier 1, and there's the regulations just keep getting more and more tight, so landscape is really challenged by that. We put in as many, I would love to have the whole thing covered in trees. That's where I would want to live. Unfortunately, we have to have parking, and we have to have ADA accessible routes that somebody can access on a wheelchair, so we have to have paving, so we're just limited by the amount of space to put in trees. And then you start to get into the question of, okay, do we lob off part of the building and plant trees? And that becomes a feasibility problem. I mean, it's always something, maybe this is language we add into the condition that you were just discussing with Andrew, that if there is more space, add more trees, which we would be happy to do. And again, those street trees along the frontage can be assessed again as we get closer to construction and to determine, if we were to remove them, could we actually put in more trees just based on how those are planted and what species they are? That's something that is outside of my wheelhouse, but we're definitely open to considering.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe there is some general condition of approval we can have to evaluate the potential to add those 4 trees in. I thought of potential spaces near the dog relief area, basically spaces you see on that landscape map that aren't currently covered, if there's some right fit that we can make there. So thank you for being open to that.
And Vice Chair, one point on that too. Additionally, when we look at the defensible,
Defensible space.
So part of the
space plan,
for WUI compliance, part of the landscaping would need to be meet defensible space that's accepted by the fire department. So you would start to run into potential, if you plant too much, you would have some conflicts with providing defensible space.
Right. So what we start to see is through, especially on this site, through the site requirements as mentioned by the applicant, but then also the goal of achieving a fire-resistant, fire-safe project, we start to shrink that space where that can happen. But certainly we can explore options and hit it again.
I was going to say my broad condition of approval may be buried in qualifications, but again, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that constraint that you laid out there. In those 2 play areas, is synthetic turf being used, artificial turf?
That's the plan, right?
The turf.
Yeah, turf, yeah.
Okay. And then this is a question for the resolution itself. So this is attachment 1, page 12. In the resolution, there's kind of an area, it discusses the concession for all electric requirements. Maybe that's the waiver. In there, it's explicated, and I read the explanation that, they would agree to do electric stoves because that's one of the primary benefits that residents will get versus potentially increased costs versus other all-electric appliances. But I notice in the resolution, there's kind of an out there to not use electric stoves. Is that anything we can modify, or is there anything that affect on either construction of units or costs for building or the residents?
You saw in one of the conditions that there's an option not to use electric?
Yeah, or mixed fuel, I believe it says. So let me go to page 12 before I have this long list of notes, and of course I lose my context. But on page 12, it's right at the top, item 16, All kitchen ranges shall be electric as described. A request to modify this characteristic to install mixed fuel ranges is subject to review and approval. Maybe staff can just clarify that's boilerplate we need in there, or is there any change possible?
Well, this was responding to discussion about the request for concession from the all-electric ordinance. And so our goal is while we don't find that we have the ability to deny that request, to take on the burden of denying that request, we do want to encourage and ensure to the greatest extent possible that the project does maximize use of electricity as a preferred fuel source. And so this condition, the applicant had indicated that they would use electric kitchen ranges, and they do that primarily for safety reasons for the residents. And so we just wanted to document and ensure that electric ranges are used, because that's one of the factors that we did consider.
But am I reading that second sentence correctly, as it's kind of an out if there's some issue with feasibility that could be approved by the building official?
Right. I wouldn't call it.
Yeah, I don't mean to be
it's
so
in there.
blunt as
It's
that.
in there for assurance. If for some reason they would be able to not be able to achieve that goal.
And as you're saying that, it's almost we have to walk some kind of line to make sure we're not denying potential waivers or concessions. Okay.
Correct.
Understood. Those are, for now, all of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fortunately for all, a lot of questions have been addressed, so thank you for my fellow commissioners. I did have a question, just kind of branching off of Darren's question about the flex fuel. I did notice that in the fuel all-electric waiver, there was accounting for the central water heater as mixed fuel. And I was wondering if you could address that. I imagine that's natural gas, and what would be the other fuel?
Well, it's usually a mix of natural gas and electricity.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's two reasons for this. One is that Sonoma County, for whatever reason that I do not know, has one of the highest utility allowances for electric power sources of all the counties that I've worked in. So what we were trying to do with this concession is to preserve the ability to make the best choice we can as we get closer to the project construction, both for the cost of the project, because there's cost of the equipment itself to put in and maintenance, long-term maintenance, but then there's also the pass-through cost to the residents of them having to actually pay the utility. Mm-hmm. And when they're not given a choice, they're forced to pay a really, really high utility, which, I mean, we all live here, so I pay it every month. So we're just trying to preserve the ability to make sure that we're giving the residents the best place to live. And then there's a condition in there, 42, I can't remember the number, that requires us to report back to the city every 5 years whether it's feasible to convert. So the buildings are being set up to allow to be all electric. Mm-hmm. And then we'll just keep making the assessment. I mean, this is a rapidly changing situation going towards all electric. And while these ordinances are being put in place all across the state, I mean, we see this in a lot of jurisdictions, the rest of the industry has to catch up, not to mention PG&E. So we're just kind of balancing all the different parts.
Got it. Okay. Yep. Yeah. And then same with the rooftop units. And thank you for clarifying about how the residents are billed, because I was going to ask that question. So I think that clarifies it. For the rooftop heat pumps, I also noticed those reflect fuel as well.
I'm going to ask Lance to respond to that.
So questions same in terms of how those are charged to the resident and therefore the impact of affordability. Is there a dedicated AC unit per housing unit, or how is that allocated?
These are rooftop units.
Yes, the AC units.
Yeah, go because you're going to ask. They're going to ask about mixed fuel.
So the rooftop units are basically the AC units, so that's going to tie into their utility costs for heating and cooling, right? Okay. So one, just from an architectural standpoint, they're on the parapets, they're screened, so there's no public view of them. Sound goes up, so there's no sound issues. But from a fuel standpoint, again, we want to make sure we have, as we get closer to the construction, we have the ability to decide which fuel makes the most sense and what's the down carry cost to the end user, to the tenant. And so we want to keep that flexibility open. And again, given the provision in the conditions of approval 42, which I think is, we can reassess that every few years and decide to move to electric or not. So,
okay.
Was your question about how the tenants are charged for it?
Because
that's a good question.
So the usage of the AC units, mm-hmm. Are those AC units dedicated per unit such that the cost of operation of those units is either passed through or not, to the extent that
by their specific use, you mean?
Exactly.
I don't know, actually. Do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, so the AC units are used per unit, so there'll be 33 probably, okay. Or maybe even 34, depending on the common ones that we'll have for the offices and the gym and some of the other areas too. So they'll be common and ones to the unit. So each one will have their own thermostat, mm-hmm. and then metered accordingly.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. And then for those units, regardless whether they're all electric or flex fuel, they will conform to state and federal efficiency standards.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, great. Point regarding EV charging, I noticed that there was, a commitment to provide EV charging, and I know that is a subject of Cal Green at the building permit level, but do you have a speculation right now about how many or what percentage of those parking spaces will have EV chargers?
Yeah, that's in the plans. There's a certain percentage we have to provide that has EV chargers, and then that have to be ready. Is there another distinction, a third one? They have to be EV ready.
And by use, so handicap accessible ones.
And by use. So we're meeting all the state requirements for that.
Got it. Okay, fine. Last, just in general, can you speak to your experience in the affordable housing industry? I didn't see any broader statement of the background of your organization.
Oh, the Pacific Companies.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I could do that.
Thank you.
So the Pacific Companies is a vertically integrated company. They're based out of Boise, Idaho. They develop all over the western U.S., primarily in California, and they're multifamily developers specializing in affordable housing. So they've got upwards of 250 developments in the U.S. They were ranked the top affordable developer in the nation in 2022 by volume. And we have upwards of 22,000 units, and I think about 5,000 more that are slated for development in the next year or so. They've been in operation for 25 years now. Their executive team has been with the company almost that long. It's a very, very seasoned team. And they're integrated from acquisition, design through financing, construction, and asset management. So very well integrated is what I would say for efficiency. Yeah.
And can you speak to the demand for affordable housing right now in Sonoma County, just generally?
Yeah, well, so the Sonoma County, there's a couple different ways that's measured. The easiest way is the Section 8 waiting list, because we have a list of people, and that's been closed for a number of years. I don't know if it reopened at all recently. You might know that. No, I don't think that it has. That just speaks to demand and also the lack of supply, right? Because people aren't moving off that list to reopen it for, it's the need for affordable housing, it's really more like a need for all housing, because there's so much pressure on the market. Any housing that we add helps relieve some of that pressure. I mean, I think you probably all read the news just like I do, this mass exodus from California because of cost of living is so high. Sonoma County is definitely a higher cost place to live. And as you can tell from the median income, we're not talking about low. I mean, the low income threshold is quite high. Mm-hmm. And the median incomes here can't afford to buy homes, much less rent. I don't have any other data than that. It's just like a flow, you know. It's like there's no way to stop the bleeding in a way. It's just like you just have to add more housing. Here's an example, not in this county, but in a county over, we opened I think it was about 200 unit project, and we had 20,000 applicants from all over. It's
Okay, now
pretty incredible.
that's helpful context. Thank you. And just repeating what you said earlier, just make sure I have it right. Those deeds are for 55 years.
Correct.
That's on the complex overall.
Yes.
And you said the requirement for 10-year, is that for individual ownership?
That's a state tax credit law. The owner, developer of the property has to maintain ownership of it for at least 10 years. And there's a really complex tax code that between 10 and 15 years you can sell it, but it's a little bit complicated. Not a CPA, so.
Understood. Okay. Last question is for staff. Was this project factored into our most recent housing element under the affordable housing category?
I can, while we're doing public comment, I can review and verify that for you, because that's a great question.
Now or whenever?
The density of the site would have been. So the ability of the site to generate 14 units would have been factored in. Yeah. But I don't know if this project was a pipeline project that was included in the housing element.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember.
Turning this on. There it goes. So I have, most of my questions were also answered, but I want to go back to the electric versus dual fuel or gas. Are you putting solar on the rooftops, or is it just on the carports?
I believe it's going on the rooftops as well. It kind of has to go on every surface to meet the requirements that the state has now.
Because I was surprised when I was looking at the difference between the gas and electric. Because if you have solar, the electrical cost should be lower. That is certainly when I'm looking at my bill. That's what happened. So it just seemed like those numbers were off.
I had the exact same question, and this has become such a dominating issue in the state that the Pacific Companies actually has somebody whose entire job on staff is solar and solar assessment. So I had an hour-and-a-half long call with him to talk about this exact question. It's a little bit complex, but what it comes down to is that while the solar panels produce electricity, the sale of that electricity to PG&E is determined, the sale price of that per unit is determined by PG&E. And the time that we use the electricity is not the pricing that we get for the solar equivalent. So it doesn't actually end up saving residents very much money at all. It's a little bit of a sneaky loophole in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And then the other questions, I want to just go back to the dog run, and because I was on the site yesterday and I've been there quite a few times looking around. Is there a way of talking with a neighbor that's going to look directly down at that dog park? And I see her in the audience. Maybe put a trellis over it, do some other amenities so you're just not looking down there. And I realize it's to relieve your dog, but it would be nice to have something aesthetically pleasing. Could you work with the neighbor to work something out?
In terms of screening, you mean?
Screening.
I don't actually know physically what is possible for screening there. That's something that we could talk about. Again, because and actually, Lance, you were sketching this earlier, but so you can speak to this. But what from that property line, the retaining wall is going to be tiered down, right? So it's going to slope. So and then there's a fence. So you'd have to be like looking over the fence down at the site to be able to see the dog relief area, because it's going to be up against the bottom wall. It's not going to be readily visible, and it literally is just a fenced-in turf area. There's nothing about it that's particularly egregious, and again, small enough that it's not going to become like a dog party area. And I haven't talked to the neighbor who owns that property directly, but we've talked with neighbors who were representing that issue on her behalf. And, moving it, we didn't talk about this, but the light question, I believe you asked, that is the area that's going to get the least light. So as far as where to put other uses that people are going to use more frequently with larger groups, it made sense to move those to the sunnier areas of the site.
Okay, well, if the neighbor has anything to say, I'd appreciate hearing it during public comment.
Sure.
And what was the other thing? The outdoor amenities, when you're talking about a tot lot and then maybe picnic benches and a barbecue, is the barbecue going to be electric? Or is it going to have a gas hookup? Or is it going to be charcoal?
That's a good question. I actually don't know the answer. Do you know? Yeah.
So typically those are charcoal open areas that are kind of like I would say, just if you've ever seen one in kind of a public park, they're usually isolated in a certain area. They usually have certain constraints to them, but they're typically a charcoal kind of open pit with a grill and a top on it, with some space around it. So there's no flammable areas around that space.
Okay. You may want to consider putting something instead of charcoal. How about, electric something out there?
Yeah, we're certainly open to options, and
I'd prefer to get away from the charcoal and maybe go
yeah.
to something electric that everybody could use and
or
not
some-
natural gas.
Yep.
So if that could be,
We are definitely open to alternatives for sure.
okay, thank you. And as far as the exercise equipment, it would be nice to have, adult, exercise equipment. We're finding that there really is a need, and even though this is, family housing, there's still parents sometimes that live with families and, to help out, or just that's their way of living, which is fine.
Yeah,
But it would
that's
be,
great.
yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you for that. There is a gym on site inside the building, one of the buildings,
Right.
for physical fitness. But we hadn't resolved on what the amenity would be for the older age group. And it sounds like there's some support for sort of outdoor. It's the kind of outdoor equipment you see on trails around here, where
Right.
they're sort of like body weight manipulations. So certainly something we can consider doing.
Okay. And as far as the road access, so there is an easement on that road, so the public will be using that road, or are we talking about talking to the city property and making an easement? Or are we talking about using Rovina to Petaluma Boulevard that somebody could ride their bike down there, or they can walk on it?
There's an existing easement along Rovina Lane that starts where the gate is. If you went out to the site, there's that metal gate. It starts about there and goes all the way to Petaluma Boulevard South. That property is owned by the property owners to the west of that lane.
Okay.
And it grants our property, the owners of 2 Rovina Lane, the right for access and utilities. So it is not a public road. It would only be used, we're really only using the southern portion of the easement for access to the site. Otherwise, we don't have any vehicular access that we're planning. The rest would be, natural pedestrian cycling type use. Does that answer your question?
Well, it answers my question, but it doesn't take care of the issue of making sure people have access.
Making sure people,
people just even in the neighborhood to have access onto that road to get to the boulevard.
That's not something within our power to negotiate to cause. We could certainly approach the owners about that. I believe I've heard from other neighbors in the area that has been brought up to the current owners and they were not amenable.
Okay, well, hopefully something will change on that.
Right, and I think through this project's review, we've identified that need, council member, and as the city's plans for the city-owned property take shape, we'll certainly be conscious of that need to complete that connection to Petaluma Boulevard.
Okay, and as far as putting the gate back up, I just prefer if there wasn't a gate up there for emergency services in case a fire truck has to come from Petaluma Boulevard up. It's an access point, and to put a gate back up there, I think, is unreasonable. So is that between you and the property owner, or the city and you and the property owner for fire safety?
Well, a typical approach when we do have a gate, and I think that a gate would be needed to prevent vehicular access. Otherwise, you have no control over vehicles using that private drive to get to Petaluma Boulevard South. But when I've been looking at it, it seems like that single arm gate might be a gate that the city installed because Ravenna Lane ends there. And typically, we would see a single arm gate installed at the terminus or dead end of a public right-of-way to prevent cars from traveling or vehicles from traveling forward. So I think one of the conditions we've been working on drafting in response to an applicant comment about the conditioning to require the Knox box is to look at if the city does control that single arm gate, and if so, then to solve for providing emergency access to that single arm gate rather than that other gate that I think was installed by the private property owner.
We just have to look at the location of that gate.
Correct.
Okay.
But perhaps rather than a gated approach, a different scenario might be bollards so that pedestrians and bicyclists could pass through, but then vehicles would still be prevented from passing through.
How would a fire truck get through if there's ballards?
Well, they would. It's a similar approach to a Knox box. They have access to be able to unlock the bollards and pull them out.
Okay. Well, it seems like the gate that's there might be easier because you can just cut the lock.
Right.
And get there quicker. So is this emergency access road for police, ambulances, and fire, or are we just thinking of fire trucks?
Any emergency vehicle.
So any emergency vehicle can use that? Okay. So if the site is 17 feet down from, I guess, Jacqueline, so what is the height then of the top of the buildings? Is the whole site 17 feet lower than Jacqueline?
Are you wondering if you're on Jacqueline, how much of the top of the building would
height?
you see?
Exactly.
You'll see about 17 feet 4 inches from the very top point of Jacqueline as you're walking downhill on Jacqueline. The third story would be about 17 feet higher than that piece, which is about a one-story building in terms of just the pitch of the rooftop. And then as you walk down, obviously more of it gets exposed, so you're flush with it, and then it's 3 stories.
Okay. Thank you. And I would like to make sure that check the trees, and I understand about overplanting can be a problem, but I would like to have a review of the trees that are going in there.
The review of the trees on site you're talking about?
That are going to be put on site.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can review the landscape plan and it shows the species in there, and if we have a condition that, modifies that, we're open to that.
I don't read Latin, and so I will leave it up to the tree expert on the committee. So as far as how many EV chargers are there for cars? And are you going to make it plummet so you can add extra? And as time goes on, we're going to have more electric cars.
Yeah, that's a great point, and there are some EV-ready spots.
Right.
The state of California was pretty clear in terms of what their requirements are for the types, for what needs to be there day one and what needs to be ready going forward. If you look at our site plan, AS1, you'll be able to see we've itemized each parking space to show which ones are EV charging stations, which ones are EV ready, and they're also by use, whether it's a handicap space or a covered space or a tandem space or an open space. So the short answer is we meet all the state requirements for that. There's plenty of them in there day one, and then moving forward, you'll see them as they're EV ready. They can be plumbed and conduit laid in during the construction phase, so it's easy to kind of add them on later.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. As far as the bike storage areas, are there electrical in there for EV bikes?
Yeah, again, that's one of the consumer electronic things that we haven't caught up with yet. So the short answer is no. Those are typically battery powered. Those packs can come off and usually get plugged in someplace else in their homes.
Not mine.
Well, some of them can. So no, the short answer is though, they're just bike parking spaces.
Can that be added onto it?
That goes into some cost considerations, and
Yeah.
that goes into the affordability, algorithm and adding more cost to this building.
We're talking a few 110 plugs. We're not talking a lot. And we're really encouraging people to bike in this area. It's within a half a mile of where the Caulfield Crossing is going to go. And so I think it's really an important area to focus on. And that's one thing that I would appreciate if you would add.
certainly look
And
at
I'm
that.
not sure what the number is, but it needs to be added in there. And
We can certainly review it. It would be a question for our electrical engineer. When-
I hate to approve a project leaving things hanging.
I'm not sure that I don't know the infrastructure well enough to be able to promise it without like a redesign situation happening. So the best I can do is ask. If you want to put in
It's 2024, we should be thinking that in that direction. So
I just don't know how to answer the question. If we, Andrew, want to do something similar to the plants, something for us to consider with planning approval, that just gives us the opportunity to go back and discuss it.
We can add it as a condition of approval, but it would be a recommendation to add it. So if that's okay with you, council member?
that would be fine.
Okay, great.
Okay. And who maintains the landscaping and the trees on Jacqueline? So is it the management? So do you have a landscape person come in there weekly?
I don't know about the frequency, but that would be handled by the property management company. Yes.
Okay. And you are using the fake grass in areas?
The turf, there's going to be turf in the children's play area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Could you use something different than that? There's some question about the health.
I believe that the reason for the turf is long-term maintenance, but also water. It's just grass is not very drought resistant. So I think that was a pivot that was made a couple of years ago.
What about just like crushed gravel instead, or granite instead of, because that has to be replaced, and it's just, there's a lot of questions whether it's really healthy or not.
I don't know about that. I can't address the conversation. Gravel and crushed graphite, it's messy. It's hard to contain.
But it's healthier. So we could maybe look into that, using some other type of a surface.
It's, again, something I can look at.
Okay, and if there's going to be a tot lot there, don't you put like rubber down in case?
Yeah, that's, I think there's typically turf surrounding, it's like a, what do you call that? Like a rubber surface for bouncing, should they fall, as they do.
So that's part of it, and then it would
yeah,
be
that goes
covered with
underneath
the
the actual
AstroTurf or the whatever it's called today,
Yeah,
turf.
it goes underneath the structure itself, and then
Okay.
surrounding area would be turf.
Maybe we could put that as a condition to have you review if
A
there's other
recommendation to
products that
review.
could be used.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to review it.
I think that's. I did have one other question. I had one other question, but I'm not sure what it was, so I'll ask it later. Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair. I just had one more question for the applicant. I've been thinking about the trash and the dog park and how the stinky, smelly, loud things are on the street next to the community, and the park areas, the play areas, and the recreation areas are against the vacant lot. And I was just wondering how really hard it would be to switch those two.
I don't know that I can address how hard it would be because that would be something that civil and architect would have to weigh in on. Yeah, I was just gonna, from a livability standpoint, the groups, the people, the places where people are going to congregate for recreation, if we put those in the corner over there, they'll never, that they will be blocked from sunlight in a way that they can't fully enjoy the space. And so from that perspective, we thought from a design choice, it was a better place to put it. Again, I want to reiterate, because these are going to be recessed so low below the street, walking by, you won't notice it at all. I mean, you'll be closer to the neighbor's bins, garbage bins on the street by a long shot than the trash enclosure on the project.
Yeah, I'm just worrying about the sound. It's just going to be loud.
Sound from the garbage collection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, garbage trucks are pretty loud. I don't know that there's anything I've ever seen that mitigates that.
Sound enclosures?
I don't know. Have you done sound enclosures on trash enclosures before? I haven't seen that. Oh.
I can talk a little bit about it. I mean, a lot of times the shape and the design of these trash enclosures are dictated by the company that's doing the trash pickups. And so, it's one of those things, there's going to be a trash collection that day across the entire neighborhood. So will not be just that neighborhood or that site that's going to have trash pickup that day. It's going to be that whole site. So that morning, they're going to be having the garbage truck go across the whole space. Just to your point in terms of just flipping certain things, we had some requirements for the depth of the site requires us to have a turnaround in the site and to make sure that we have what we call kind of a T-bone in the site for fire and for garbage. And to do anything else in what we've designed would reduce the number of units by shifting things around and by putting things in other spaces. I think somebody made the point was this project designed to the inch based on the state requirements? And the answer is yes. Planning staff has also provided us some great insight and feedback in terms of how to get the project to what you're seeing today. So we've really kind of honed it down to the inch in terms of what the state requirements are, as well as fire, garbage, and all of the amenities. Yeah, and all the TCAC requirements for state funding for the affordable housing component, which this project is. So.
All right, thanks. I just think in building it out to the inch, there's some things that are being sacrificed. So.
Yeah, there's always a compromise in certain areas, yes. Yeah.
Take another question.
Jessica first,
great.
then. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, just a quick operational question. As far as I can tell, in these graphics, we've got obviously the 51 parking spaces and then 6 bike parking spots. Okay, that's what I saw.
I think it was 2 racks of 6, but we can check.
Oh, that'd be good to know. While he's double checking that math, should we come into a future where 51 parking spots is too much for these 32 units, how could those be repurposed either for further green space, perhaps more bike facilities, in the eventual future of less cars?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to it. I'm sure that it's going to be something that comes up. I mean, right now I was thinking about the questions regarding the EV parking. None of those are being used across our properties because it's not surprising. These are not residents that can afford an electric vehicle. And so by the time that they become affordable, I'm assuming the infrastructure requirements are going to change. So there's going to be a lot that happens over the next few decades. I'm sure that will be a consideration that's made. But I don't have an answer. Yeah.
What I saw on page 2 was the bicycle canopy, 112 square feet. It says 1 rack for 2 bikes and then 4 Durabike lockers, double stacked. So maybe that makes 8 plus 2 is 10, or?
Yes, that's correct.
What's our total bike count?
So we're going to have six bikes, 4 and 2.
Okay.
in terms of parking.
Okay.
But the bike rack itself there's no physical limit to some of those things. You can have 6 or 8 bike racks on those open racks. Those are the kind of the loops that you can kind of tie into. Plus there's also some secured ones. Those are limited by, you can usually get 1 or 2 bikes in each one of those. But in terms of number of lockers, there'll be 4 lockers and 2 bike racks. So.
Gotcha. Okay. And if you find that you've got extra parking spaces, could you throw in a couple more bike racks in the tuck under?
Yeah, I mean, that's something I think that's fairly easy to install after the fact. I mean, if we end up with residents, we don't know who's going to live here
Right.
yet, and they're going to adjust to the neighborhood. So if we have the need for more parking, I'm sure we will figure out a way to do that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember?
That there's just one visitor's parking space on the inside? Did I see that correctly?
There's a guest space, number 33.
Yeah, that's correct. There's one.
So, like as far as, visitors, they'll be parking out on the street. What I really want to make sure is that there's the prevention of like work equipment, people leaving their work equipment out on the streets, because right now in my neighborhood, I have a dump truck and a utility trailer brand new in the neighborhood, and they're prohibited. So how do you prevent people from taking their work equipment, which could be a utility trailer, and parking it on the street? Is there, do you have rules?
Well, the parking on street would be regulated by the city. On-street parking is allowed in this neighborhood, if I'm not mistaken, Mike. And if there are regulations around the types of vehicles that are allowed to be parked there, I mean, that would be a direct with that resident. And I don't know what the process would be. You ticket them, you give them a warning, I'm not sure, but that would be directly with them.
When people move in, do you have a list of do's and don'ts that this could be added onto? So people
Yes,
understand.
we have a list of rules for sure. I can see whether that's something that they typically would add. I'm not familiar with that. I can ask.
Well, I'm familiar with all the utility trailers parked on city streets and when they shouldn't be. So I just want to give a warning that maybe that should be put in some rules that's prohibited, even on the city streets, just so people know.
I mean, we can certainly make residents aware of the ordinances on city streets, and that's certainly something.
And how many ADA spaces, parking spaces, are there?
Two.
There's 2. Because I saw that, how many units, 6 units are ADA units?
On the first floor, yes.
So why are there only 2 ADA parking spaces if there's 6 units?
That's the state requirement.
Could we change that?
I mean, ADA spaces take up more space, so you would be reducing your overall parking count.
I understand, but if you are disabled, I don't care what the requirement
This is also something that would get worked out with the property manager. So when residents are applying for units, what would be taken into consideration is what's available at the property at the time. So the parking spaces are assigned to units. So if somebody comes in and they require an ADA space, they would have to have an ADA unit available and a parking space if that was required for them to live there.
So you would provide that, even though you only have 2 and there's 6 units?
They can be assigned, yes.
Okay. And just back to the dog park or pooping area, are you providing poop bags?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. Well,
that's something I can make note of, though.
Yeah, that would be good for.
Seems like a reasonable thing to do.
It seems very reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes you forget, and it makes it cleaner, and it makes sure it's being picked up so that odors don't go up. And that's it for now.
Okay. I know a lot of you have been waiting to give public comment, and we're about in that moment. But I did want to flag, because the first public comment I saw, it looks like it's from A.J. Whitaker's, a representative of Pacific. This doesn't feel like a public comment. This feels more like an applicant issue. You're coming to correct one of our conditions of approval?
I didn't want to miss my chance, so I filled out a card. So
you're
apologies.
speaking to the mic.
And I'm tall, so I got to lean over here.
I understand.
The purpose for the card was to bring to your attention condition number 41, which states that there are 2 ramps required at the intersection there and 2 crosswalks. There's one currently. However, through my conversation with Andrew earlier, it is Public Works. Public Works is in agreement with me that the grades along Rovina are too steep to accommodate a crosswalk through there without creating a launch ramp situation, and the grades at the intersection are very steep. So I would simply request that that condition be reworded to allow us to work with Public Works to come up with a viable solution that's feasible from a grading standpoint.
Got it.
That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. With that, I am opening public comment. The public is invited to comment on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. I am going to get started. AJ was not public comment. I'm going to let our senior committee representative go first, just out of respect for...
Chair, before we start, I do want to state that we did receive public comments prior to the meeting. They have been
always
published
forget
online.
this part. Yes, thank you.
And they're available for viewing in the back.
Thank you.
My name is Nicola Fry, and I'm the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee. And I noticed that the tot lot / teen lot came up as part of the conversation here. And if possible, I'd like to talk to the developers on that, as we have just recently developed a exercise facility that's going into our Lucchese Park that is for tots all the way up to seniors. And we'd like to let you know what we've been doing and possibly comment and have input into what's happening at this location.
Thank you. Next, we have Greg O'Brien, followed by Teresa Ofinger.
Someone was going to give me their time. I may not need it. But first, thank you for taking your time as a planning commission to kind of hear the community. It's really important for us in the community to be able to get a feel for more than bricks and mortar. Let's talk a little bit about the kids and the families that are going to be living there and kind of a little bit how they're going to feel. My background, I grew up in Marin City, African-American community, family of 8, and we lived there for 18 years, then got moved without any say into apartment buildings, a family of 8, 3-bedroom house. I know how it feels to live in that type of situation. So you start thinking to yourself, my grandkid's going to go to school with these kids. This is a good project. But then I come tonight and I hear, and I feel for you, all I heard was our hands are tied. We have no power anyway to change this. But I'm here to tell you, you do have the power. I know that road that goes down there because I walked down there to get blackberries, and the guy comes out and he says, "Get out of here. This is my private land and the easement." I said, "What are you talking about? You got an easement here?" He said, "Yeah, if you don't get out, I'm going to kick your butt." Oh, nice guy, huh? He deserves an easement? I said, I'm an ex-Marine, so he wasn't going to mess with me. But think about it. Think about that easement. You do have the power. You can do eminent domain. You can open up that road. Now you got happy people. You got these people sitting here out here happy. You got me happy because I live less than maybe 75 yards from the development. So I'm going to have a lot of traffic and stuff. It's okay. These families need that. Affordable housing is a crisis. So if it's really a crisis, why don't you take the property behind it? Someone said that belongs to Sonoma Fair Housing? Does it? Or does it belong to the city? I went down there today and I took a look. And I go, People Services. My background with YMCA for 30 years. I was a COO of San Francisco Wise, the president and CEO. You know who has the power to make changes? The developer, the only one. The consultants can't do it. The city, unfortunately, hands are tied. But Caleb, the developer, he's the one that worked with Marin City. So I go down Marin City and I say, okay, Marin City, what are you going to do? They say, we're going to stop it. Our city, save our city, and they reduced it down to 34 units. We have the power to send a letter from the city to the developer and ask for, is that my time?
That is your time.
To ask them to delay this project. What's that?
I'm going to give Greg my 3 minutes to speak.
Oh.
Jay Smith.
Oh, okay. I get a little excited, so I'm Irish. Play with me. But yeah, you do have power to do things. This is a nice project. But when we have the grand opening, I built 10 YMCAs. The Marin Y, I opened that. And every time we worked to make it a win-win. You have the opportunity when we do the grand opening to have the community feel good about these kids and family, or label it like Sausalito labeled Marin City. I know how that feels because then I went to the Richardson Bay School and we were called the White Patties. Well, that's nice. I am not going to tell you what they called the blacks in those days, but let's be real here. Let's try to have a friendly conversation with the developer and work it out where this is applicable, that land behind it, use the land behind it. If that belongs to the city, I can see us building more affordable housing, and I can see us redoing people's services because I used them before and helped them, people's services and Cox and so on. Burbank Center is beautiful. I like where it's going. A roundabout to get in and out traffic. The only other thing I'll say and give my time up here is think about it. There's going to be a fire at some point. Where am I going to go? You think I'm going to drive out where all the cars are going? Or is there going to be a gate there? I'm jumping in my car and I'm driving straight to the boulevard. And people should be able to walk there rather than walk all the way around and get to the bus depot. You know where the bus depot is, and many of you took your time to go down there. So I think that's wonderful that you took your time to look at the site, and anything you can do would be helpful. So I appreciate your time tonight. We can do some things. We can ask the developer to sit down. I'd be willing to spend my time sitting with a task force to come back to you and say, here's something that's going to work. These families are going to feel part of the community, not feeling like they're in a housing project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Greg. Next, we have Teresa.
Good evening. Thank you. I've lived in the neighborhood for only a year and a half, so I don't have a historical perspective that some of my other neighbors do. So I have just, out of 5 paragraphs, a letter from my neighbor Ann Gardner, who couldn't be here tonight, asked me to read, but I'm only going to read 2 because Mr. Hooper talked about CAL FIRE. She says, out my backyard is the Riverview Open Space Preserve, a steep hillside with grass and heritage oaks. This hillside caught fire on July 4th near Turnberry Court in 2016. Responding Battalion Chief Schock, who is now Petaluma's fire chief, was quoted in the newspaper article as saying that the only reason the hillside field, and perhaps even a home, did not go up in flames was due to it having been a damp, misty night. And she references the article. Finally, the other, I think, important paragraph that she talks about is about parks. I also find it very concerning that with all the new and expanding neighborhoods in Southwest Petaluma, there has been no corresponding land set aside for accessible parks, like there already is in most of the rest of the town. Green parks can be developed with native grasses and other measures nowadays to mitigate water use and will not only enhance our well-being, but also help absorb carbon and heat, all of which are stated framework goals to our town's planning. So why are the residents in our part of town not entitled to these basic rights of safety and well-being? And this is from Ann Gardner. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, we've all been having mic issues this whole night. They keep flickering on, then flickering off, then on and back on. Thank you very much. Next is Steve Harris, followed by Greg Thrash.
Yeah, good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, commissioners. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Steve Harris. I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 751 in Santa Rosa, representing over 1,400 members. I am here with concerns that should be taken into consideration with all developments, including this one in front of us tonight. There was a study released by the UC Berkeley that shows that 36% of working families in California are on some type of supportive program. In construction, 48% of our workers are on some type of supportive program. Why are standards less for construction workers when we are the ones that build the businesses that we allow us to have buildings to work in and hold our public meetings? To say again, that is 48% of construction workers and their families depend on some type of program that is costing taxpayers money. Their cost of the projects aren't calculated into the development because it's the community that's paying the price. My concern is, will there be requirements for the contractor as has apprenticeship, a livable wage, local hire, or even health care for the workers that are building the project? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, Greg Thrash, followed by Chantel Smith.
Hello. I guess first and foremost, I'd like to just agree with what Greg said earlier. I think from my point of view and my wife, I think that property, if that's where we need to build some affordable housing, I think that's great. My complaint is largely, I live at the corner of Mission and Rovina, which is at the top of a hill. So all of the traffic that's coming in and out of that development is going to drive directly by my house. And since Jacqueline was opened to the Quarry Heights development, the amount of traffic that goes by our house has increased pretty significantly. And I understand there was a traffic study done at some point on one of those roads, but probably what isn't reflected in that traffic study is that a large proportion of people coming up Rovina and turning right on Mission and going down the hill are not stopping at the stop sign there. They're just kind of, you're going up a hill, you have some momentum, and you want to go around that corner. That's the best case scenario. So there is, I mean, it's going to sound crazy, but like just this morning, backing out of our driveway, somebody came around the corner and we both stopped and it was fine. But I have 2 teenage kids that are going to be coming in and out of our driveway. And so the way I look at it, there's just a better probability that we're going to have some kind of a traffic incident at that location. And so we're one thing, but if you look right across the street from us, there's the Riverview Park. And frequently people are coming and taking advantage of that park. And it's largely people who have small children who are, because the play structure there is suited for small children. And so I would just say that even under the best circumstances, not allowing those people to exit to Petaluma Boulevard via some other way is just increasing the chances that we'll have some kind of an incident out there. And so that's my primary concern. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chantel Smith, followed by Tom Stark. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Chantel. Thank you. I'm really nervous, so bear with me if I stutter, and I obviously feel very emotional and tied to this project. I am the dog park neighbor. I am a third-generation Petaluma, and I've lived in the home since 2010. My husband and I bought it. We were amongst the first in the neighborhood when Lennar took over. When we bought that lot, we were fully aware of the radio tower, and we were assured by the developer, Lennar, at that time, that that lot would be that one unit that the radio tower didn't want to sell, and if they did, it could only be developed into 4 units, and that's in 2010. So here, flash forward to 2024, and here we are, and I think everyone in this room could agree that the lot density and increasement in just those short years is beyond anybody's reasonable expectation of what could happen in that lot. And the fact that it would not be, and look, I'm as bleeding heart as it comes. I want everybody to have a place to live. I'm not opposed to affordable housing close to my home. But what I am opposed to is that it's not owner-occupied housing. People in Sonoma County and Petaluma, they want affordable houses to buy, not rent. And we are having this particular development as keyholed in to a single family owner development. So the effects on us as the current original residents, and then also the people that are going to be moving into this neighborhood. I mean, I feel like this is a road as society we've been down many times trying to address housing and affordability for all of California and Sonoma County residents. I have big issue with the dog park. The most is smell. You said yourself, smell and sound rises. I'm going to be up above that. And they're going to have potentially 32 plus dogs. And I like dog park better than feces relief area. I mean, come on, this is 25 feet from my children's bedrooms. Okay, same with the refuge. It's the sound and the smell. It's not the site. It's the sound and the smell that will severely impact the quality of life. And I would argue have severe impact on my health and safety. And the fire, I ask you to come into our neighborhood and prove that emergency vehicles can pass through when there's cars parked on both sides of the street. We all heard tonight that there's one guest parking spot. Where do you think those cars are going to park? They're not going to have friends over? Is that going to be in the rules? You need to come to our neighborhood and prove to us. There's a lot of talk here about concessions and waivers for the development and proof of burden, but who's going to prove to the community members that this is actually safe? You said 32 developments is going to increase the traffic by just 14%. I believe that's a number Mr. Janisak emailed to me, and I don't believe that. And I think that the burden on proof, as I don't know if you're paid consultants, elected officials, but the burden on proof is on you to prove to us that this is a safe development.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tom, followed by Gary.
Hi, I'm Tom Starkey. I live at 210 Jacqueline Lane. I'm the guy above the dumpster. One thing I don't think you guys mentioned, you guys talked about the concessions, but the developer also received some waivers on usable space. They got to decrease the usable space that would be in our building code. The maximum height, they're able to exceed the maximum height. And they're also getting consent waivers on setbacks. They're going to be able to be closer to the property line. So I don't know. I've been in commercial construction for 30 years. This is going to be a big structure on a small piece of land. And Lauren Alexander is a very pleasant lady, and we've tried to bring up topics with her and everything. I don't know that she's been able to make headway on any of them, really. It's been all about it doesn't pencil. That's been pretty much the response. And I know from my experience, any design issues that we're talking about, like the dog park, it's all about the redesign fees. That's the big obstacle. It's extremely expensive to do any redesign work once you've already got a working design. So I think that's it. And then I would like to follow up that Pacific West Communities, though it's a noble mission, probably the lion's share of their work is done with non-prevailing wage labor. And I don't think that is most times that's not going to be a livable wage. And we're talking about living standards and percentages. And I think we're kind of hypocritical, going at it that way. Though what they've done, they're entitled to with these concessions. And by SB 300, they're entitled to use non-prevailing wage labor and to get these concessions. It's kind of really a tough one for everybody involved. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to have Gary, who has multiple speaker cards to give him. I believe it's 12 minutes. Yeah. Yeah.
Do a little song and dance, I guess. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am Gary Offinger. I'm a resident of Riverview neighborhood and one of the organizers of the neighborhood group that has come to be. I've heard a lot about what we can and cannot do, or specifically what you can't, and I appreciate that. I understand it. I get it. Your hands are tied. SB 330, as it is probably real helpful to a lot of people, but also maybe a bit of a hindrance in other cases. But it is what we're dealing with, and I get it. I do believe that the issue at hand is a safety issue, and it might be one that we can act on and that you can act on. I believe there's a real danger, even with the easement possibly being available, in the event of an evacuation. I have a prepared statement. It's been torn up and marked on. I'd like to continue with it because I think a lot of the points still might be worth considering. Our neighborhood understands the affordable housing crisis in the state, specifically in the city of Petaluma. Our position has never been not in my backyard. However, as you've heard here tonight from the start, our neighborhood has a lot of concerns about the proposed Ravina Lane project. There's also a very real level of fear should this project proceed in its current state. Our neighborhood and the city of Petaluma may be liable should there be a disaster. I don't know. Legal question. Everyone's aware of the devastating Northern California fires that unfortunately have become an all too real reality to fear when living in this part of the state. The Ravina Lane project intensifies that fear for a couple of reasons. One, increasing the number of people living near a high fire area in a densely packed complex increases the chances of fires. And not including a permanent ingress or egress routes to the complex, which could be disastrous in the event of an emergency situation. Not so much necessarily for the Ravina Lane project inhabitants, but for all the people up the hill, quarry, and beyond that live above there. There's basically two ways out. And in an evacuation, in an emergency, I don't think things are always as orderly as they might be in a practice run. If the neighborhood had been invited to the table to be a part of the planning process with the developer and perhaps the city Petaluma planners, this point clearly would have been our highest priority. While these concerns are shared by all existing neighbors, I think it's safe to say they'd also be shared by future residents of the complex. I also feel the city of Petaluma would most assuredly favor a project that was sensitive to the safety of current and future community members. This wasn't the case. We did meet 2 times with the developer's consultant, once in our home with a small group, and once at another city forum called Know Before You Grow. And in all cases, and with numerous email exchanges, our concerns, our requests, suggestions went unheeded. The information in the PowerPoint presentations were the same. The response to any ask was either it couldn't be done because it had already been approved as it was, or, as Tom said, it wouldn't pencil. We heard that a lot, which to me sounds like, say, it's another way of saying the developer would stand to make less profit with the proposed changes. I think that that attitude has become evident tonight. Some of the things that have popped up show very little thought. ADA and guest parking. Work trucks probably parked on the street. I hadn't even thought of that. Charcoal barbecues. Really? They're outlawed up in Tahoe. Just little thought into these details. The developer states on their website, we listen carefully to the desires of residents, local governments, and other stakeholders. In the case of the Ravina Lane apartment project, this has not been true. Had we been invited to the table, our group would have sought a solution to traffic, noise, and parking concerns we have. We certainly would have tried. Without additional access roads to the Ravina Lane site, there will certainly be an increase there. The proposed tandem parking with neighbors sharing an elongated space, one behind the other, of the 51 spots is sure to be insufficient. And although it was among the concessions, or it was one of the concessions asked for by Pacific companies, There's little to no accommodation for guest parking at the site, the one guest who's allowed to come. That's going to put more cars and trucks on the street. And any of us who saw the fire trucks attempting to navigate our streets last December when Santa Claus came to town cringed when we envisioned what that might look like if those trucks were there to deal with an emergency and not a celebration. In the meantime, from the highway, you can see the next phase of the KB homes being built at the highest level above our neighborhoods. I drove up there right before this meeting just to make sure I knew what I was talking about. There are dozens of them, and there are no additional exit routes being planned. Could they all get out during a chaotic evacuation? I don't think so. And we do have questions about the fire evacuation examination. Had we been invited to the planning phase table, we would have sought a slightly smaller density bonus, maybe 25 to 26 units. I've learned tonight, I guess that wasn't really a possibility. It would be nice if the developer considered putting something more appropriate with some thought for surrounding neighborhoods as well. With smaller number of units, we could have been at 2 levels instead of 3. Less dramatic influence to the community. There would be a few less affordable units in the city of Petaluma, that's for sure, and there would be less of a margin of profit, I guess, for the developer. But other than that, reduced noise, traffic, it's a win-win for everybody involved, including the future residents. So is it too late to do the right thing, to potentially save lives? Again, in the event of an emergency evacuation? Or does SB 330 even supersede that kind of a consideration? Can our neighborhood concerns still be addressed? Can we work together to agree on a project that doesn't come with raised levels of fear and anxiety for all of us who are already living in this neighborhood? Can the city of Petaluma increase the supply of affordable housing without compromising the character of neighborhoods? We're asking for the commission to consider temporarily delaying this project while a safer and a better plan is formulated where all parties really are heard and listened to, and that we all can contribute to something that works for everyone involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I would just like to remind folks, you can certainly applaud each other's efforts with smiles and other non-audible methods, or thumbs up, as you may prefer. Next, we have Blake George, followed by Daniel Guzman.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'll keep this quick. I'm Blake George. I'm the unfortunate owner of 74 Rovina. I have 3 young daughters. I'm active duty U.S. Coast Guard, 19 years. When I bought this house 8 months ago, I thought this was going to be our forever home, where we're going to raise our daughters. We're going to settle down here. Now I'm second guessing that. This project, you turn a dead-end street where we're literally teaching our daughters how to ride their bikes into a busy entrance and exit. As you know, the proposed entrance is right across the street from our house, which is terrible. I think we are the worst affected for this project, and you have my complete disapproval of it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Guzman, followed by Callum Weeks.
So I guess to start, good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Dan Guzman. I live at 218 Jacqueline Lane. And similar to Blake, I have 2 young children, and that's really kind of the origin of my concern for this development. You guys talked earlier about health and safety, and I know there's a lot of attempts today to establish confidence that those boxes have been checked. But as a parent of 2 young kids, I don't feel completely confident in that process. And like what was mentioned earlier, it feels like the current residents have been largely disconnected from the process, both the review and the design and everything else that goes into it. As I learned a little bit more about the project, I have a lot more questions. I really appreciate the session tonight and the insights you guys were able to share. That was incredibly helpful. But some of the questions I still had that I feel like we as residents should have answers to, and I think quite frankly all of us in this room should do more due diligence on, are items around like the traffic report back in March. That's just one example of, I heard that the ratings didn't justify deeper investigation. But also keep in mind, during that period of time, there's dozens of homes at the top of the hill with KP Homes development that hadn't been finished. So there's constantly increases in traffic to our neighborhood every single day. It was a period of time where the weather was really poor, so people just don't drive. In the middle of the week, if you don't have to get out in a bad rainstorm, you're not going to go out. And then the fact that people are on winter vacations, people are doing ski trips, especially when the rain here, it's snowing there in Tahoe. So my concern is we looked quickly, we got a couple of data points that strengthen the narrative of folks who were looking to make a profit, and we're not taking the actual time needed to ensure that our community is safe. Both myself, my family, but also the future residents, which I think a lot of the people here tonight have addressed as well. We're talking about 32 units. I haven't seen the estimates in terms of how many people they expect in each unit, but my guesstimate would be probably 2 people per bedroom. I know that's the max per, I think, the state or the federal allotment, and oftentimes it's going to be realistically more. I come from a family similar to Greg's that, 5 kids. There's 2 of us, 3 of us in the bedroom. That's not uncommon. So, if you do the quick math, if there's 60 bedrooms, we're talking about 120 people to the neighborhood, a neighborhood of currently about 40 people. How does that logically work? And have we thought through all of the logistics of the neighborhood and the dynamics? The evacuation scenarios are incredibly critical as well. In addition to dangerous streets where your kids might get hit by a car now that have a huge spike in traffic, we're also talking about how do we quickly escape a region that is densely populated, becoming more densely populated, and overnight multiplying by potentially 3 or 4x. So a lot of questions, not a lot of answers yet, and my ask is simply more time and consideration around both evacuation routes and potential density. And I appreciate the comments around the ask of the developers, to do the right thing and do the right level of due diligence to ensure it's truly safe. Thank you.
I understand the passion, but please keep it to. I'm sorry, I thought you did it. Callum Weeks, followed by Mike. And Mike, I can't read your last name, otherwise I would, but it starts with an S. Thank you.
I'll keep this brief. Callum Weeks, Policy Director at Generation Housing. I just like to start by noting that, first and foremost, I do sympathize with everyone here. These types of developments are often really difficult to rationalize and to I guess, envision, and especially as it relates to safety. But I'd also like to know, I have 2 friends that live here in Petaluma that are currently living in homes where it's a 3-bedroom and there's 4 people living in them. That's a lot of people in a home. And these are small homes. Petaluma has some big homes, but there's also a lot of small homes. We have a serious overcrowded condition here, not in just Petaluma, but in Sonoma County alone, or Sonoma County altogether. And so at the end of the day, we need these affordable units. We need to get people into conditions where they're not in, sharing a shared space and feeling like there's just no room to breathe. And I'm digressing from the primary point, which I want to emphasize. And I know, obviously, you all know this, and it has been stated tonight, but I would be remiss from my position and my role and my passion if I didn't know the state density bonus, state laws, they're here for a reason. We are facing a chronic underproduction of housing. All of you know this. Everyone knows this. It's out there. It's in the news all the time. We have to act, and I really encourage you to move forward, support this project. We need affordable housing. Every unit matters, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mike, followed by Kate.
Just want to say thank you for listening to our concerns tonight. It's been really enlightening. And I just want to bring up give you a little bit about my background. I had 42 years with AT&T. I built infrastructure to every building probably around California. So I built a lot of low-income housing projects I was involved with, and each one of those projects, and I'll just take Andrew's numbers, a 1.7 per unit, but the reality is there's usually 3 families that move into those units. So you times 3 times 1.7, that's 5.1 cars. 5.1 cars times 32 is 161. According to Ms. Thompson there, where do you think all those cars are going to park? on our streets. So that's a real safety concern I have. And then also too, you brought up the Knox Gate. Since I was part of the safety commission in the AT&T, the Knox Gates can define what fire lights you have or police lights. They can open the gates automatically. So if that's an issue for Rovina opening that gate there and putting the gate in, you can get one of those Knox gates that will identify fire. They only have to get out. The lights will automatically open the gate. And will that Rovina going to Petaluma Boulevard be paved? Because right now it's not. And so you talk about pedestrians and bikes going on that. So anyway, that's a safety concern. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Who is, by the way, our last one. So if anybody else wanted to give public comment, please drop your yellow slip off with Ariel.
My name is Kate Byrne. I'm the owner of 3 Rovina Lane as well as 1450 Petaluma Boulevard. So I actually own that easement from the boulevard up to where the fire gate before Rovina continues on. I don't want this development to use my property at all. And I don't understand why the previous owner who owned the radio tower lot didn't work with the city previously so that they could have access with their 2 brand new city roads with the top of Rovina and Jacqueline there. And now I have to be punished because it wasn't planned properly to begin with. This easement is old easement. When my property that I am on was one whole horse farm property prior to any houses being there. And this was just to allow them to obviously get to this one lot with no building on it. And then when city went in, that is now their new access. So it shouldn't have to impact me from bad planning from beginning. Also, if you're planning on having, I would be responsible for maintaining the road because I'm the property owner. So now am I responsible for picking up everybody's poop and being responsible for somebody falling off their bike? Or how is that going to be maintained? Because that's my property. Now I'm liable. I also don't, I'm like thinking if you have the city lot there, you have 2 city lots. You have the empty lot and then you have COTS. Why can't that be your new access to the low income housing that the city wants? If you want it, use your property to have access to it. Other than that, probably my ex that was yelling at everybody to get off the property and stop picking our blackberries. We stop everybody from coming up and down that road already. That's just the way we want it. We bought that property when it was county, prior to it being city. The same as poor Blake, who just bought this property. We didn't expect that buying county would now be a 32 development apartment complex, 3 stories high, looking down directly into my pool. I do have one house, which is Blake's, with 2 windows, children's windows, 2 small ones at the top, and that is the only house that is currently able to look down into my backyard. So I'm not happy about my privacy. I'm not happy about my road being used. I'm not happy about my road being stolen because they want to take that whole corner lot, which is now theirs, no longer mine. And thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have Gina.
Good evening. I just threw my name in. I have a question about the trees, or I'm hoping the council will ask about the trees. We stood here, my husband and I, about 13 years ago in front of the city council at the time, because our property line, there was a protected valley oak right over our property line. We're at 11 Mission Drive. Huge tree, 100 feet tall, 40 feet wide. We didn't want the tree because it meant us replanning everything, scooting our house way back. We were told, no, the tree stays, and that we had to care for the tree. So we were told by the city council, valley oaks are protected. So I'd like to have you guys find out. They quickly said some oaks are being taken down, other oaks are being planted. If I'd like to know if the protected valley oaks are going to be taken down. If they're as huge as what's in front of our house, I think they need to revamp their plan, no matter what it costs. I just want to say I appreciate everybody, and there is that toddler park right up the street. We take our grandkids up there. There's little kids running around. And I am concerned if there is a fire when I see what happened out in Santa Rosa and how it went through a neighborhood. And like one of the men said, we've got new houses being built more and more. I drove my car up the other day just kind of to check it out because I live down below. And there were two work vehicles, one across from the other. I have a little Camry. I could barely get through. I do not know how fire trucks are going to get up there. I understand that the developer that are making money, they're Rovina, go right out. What about everybody else up there? What about all those people? Those lives are at risk. We saw what happened in Santa Rosa. So thank you. Check the trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments? Great. With that, we will now come back for discussion and questions. Before we get into commissioner discussion, though, one thing I do want to do is let's just take care of some of the questions that were asked by the public in their comments. Would staff be willing to comment on the protected oaks question?
Sure. Yes, valley oaks or any oak species greater than 4 inches diameter at breast height would be protected and would require a tree permit. And the applicant has, within the scope of work, they've and through the SPAR, they've applied for that tree removal permit, I should say. They also have an arborist report which documents the 8 trees that would be removed. I believe 5 are oaks, 4 coast live, and 1 valley. However, there would be no mitigation requirement per IZO Chapter 17. Replacement trees are not required for residential projects on 1 parcel, or it actually is, I believe, 2 parcels or less. So they don't need any mitigation, but they are proposing 15 new trees, 7 of which are oaks.
Okay. I'm going to try and go through these quickly. I don't want anybody coming out of this feeling like we're not addressing some of the things that have been raised. We had one point about redesign fees. I wanted to know what that looked like here in Petaluma. If that was an actual cost concern. We're all having mic problems today.
Okay, there we go. Maybe it'll hang with me. So when I listened to that public comment, I felt that the commenter was referring to fees as architectural fees, that the project would be assessed by the project architect. So not redesign fees that the city would assess as part of its cost recovery application. So for the city, when an application is submitted, we do recover all costs associated with review of that project. And if a project was redesigned, then we would have to review the resubmittal. And so there would be costs associated with planning review of a project that's been redesigned. But then at the same time, the applicant would likely incur additional fees from the applicant's architect, civil engineer, and other development professionals related to the redesign of the project.
Okay. And then we've had a few comments with regards to labor requirements, or the type of labor being used for the project. I have, in part because I remember the fights over the passing of SB 330, I know that was explicitly cut out by the legislature so that they wouldn't run into this requirement. I take it, and I hate to use this framing because I know this is probably getting tiring for everybody here, but I take it our hands are effectively tied on the labor use issue if it's going to add cost to the overall project.
Right. Well, the city doesn't have a policy of requiring prevailing wage be paid for private development projects. So we wouldn't be able to, we wouldn't have nexus to condition the project to either use a certain type of labor or to pay prevailing wage. As far as we understand, there's no requirement from density bonus or SB 330 to pay prevailing wage. I don't know if other sources of funding that the project might be receiving would require that or not. So that would be a question for the applicant.
Going to the applicant, if you could give us information on any requirements for prevailing wage and if that's something you're amenable to.
Thank you for the question. Typically what drives the use of prevailing wages or the requirement for paying prevailing wages is the financing source that you use. There's also now state laws that require the use of them. So SB 35 would be an example of triggering prevailing wages. And then there are state prevailing wages and there are federal prevailing wages, and those are triggered in different ways. The plan currently for the project does not include applying for any financing that would require the use of prevailing wages. So that's the answer on that.
Okay. And one comment just to make for folks who are here, because there are a few comments that kind of leaned in this direction. Because we're the Planning Commission, we can make recommendations based on findings. We can't actually make city policy. So on the prevailing wage front, if that policy already existed, we could leverage that. We as an appointed body by the council can't actually make that policy from here. I know that sounds like passing the buck. I'm just being honest about what we can and can't do in this way. So that's kind of how we're having to review the project on that level. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, folks have been bringing up the idea of delaying this so there's more discussion. I was just wondering if staff could speak to the limited timeline that we have because of the streamlining method that this project's undergoing.
Sure. So SB 330 provides for a maximum of 5 public meetings during the course of a project's review. So when we receive an SB 330 application, we're always looking at the number of meetings that would be required and strategizing to ensure that all of the required meetings, including a potential appeal of a project decision, can be completed within that 5-meeting limit. So I'm going to look to the project planner, Mr. Janusik, to advise us on how this project is tracking with regard to that 5-meeting limit.
Yes, thanks, Andrew. To date, the only public meeting has been the neighborhood meeting, which was, and that's because it was a required public meeting. So this is the second public meeting toward that 5-meeting limit.
Okay.
So based upon that information, the Planning Commission could choose to continue the project's public hearing this evening if it felt that there was an opportunity for the applicant and the community to work together to resolve some of these issues.
Okay. Thank you. And then I know this part of this was brought up, and this is the last one of the kind of follow-up to public comment questions I'll have, and then I'll kick it over to my fellow commissioners. I know some of this was discussed in the presentation, but what is the feasibility of making better use of the city land attached to the site? Is this fairly locked in the way it is now, or are there ways we can ease pressure on the density of the site with the attached city land?
Well, at present, although the city controls the land, I don't think that it's in a near-term position to make decisions about development of that land and how it might be able to contribute to this site. Perhaps long-term there's a strategy,
Sure.
but short-term.
It's off the table for us as a commission to be able to consider in this.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct.
All right. Well, with that,
To follow up on, I just have a question about the eminent domain. Is it legal for the city to do that?
okay. One thing I would like to flag, we typically do not do shouted questions from folks.
I just want you to hear me. I'm not shouting.
No, I've got you, sir. I am going to ask this question. Please, for folks who are here, this doesn't mean I'm then going to ask any other questions that come up this way. But I will ask the question about eminent domain. Mind you,
Sure.
keeping in mind the property owner
I'm going
is
to
right
turn
here.
to our city attorney's office representative.
Yeah, thanks. So that would be, we would need a policy direction from city council. Eminent domain would be initiating a lawsuit, so we would need closed session, and that's not something that we have that current policy in place right now, or direction.
Which would mean that's not something that this commission could consider as a viable option.
Right. That would be our recommendation.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just to flag one more item I heard in the questions, we've heard a lot about health and safety, and we've heard about from folks that actually live in the area day to day about choke points with emergency vehicles, traffic. I think the parking on the street is kind of an enforcement issue and seems to be a separate issue. But we've heard from city engineer, fire marshal, kind of relevant experts as it pertains to our findings as a commission about the current suitability of that space for evacuation. Without knowing the most artful way to ask this, what would we need as a commission to make findings that say, those experts at the city are incorrect or wrong? Because no one up here has that level of expertise or licensure. So in the record, where would we be able to make those findings? And as much as I appreciate the people who live there giving us anecdotally what they experience, I don't know if that comes into play to help us make that decision, or realistically, having seen this before or similar situations, what options are even on the table?
Yeah, let me try to answer a little bit, and sorry I missed the front end of your question. But for both the density bonus law and SB 330, it would require a specific adverse impact, and how they define adverse impact is significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions at the time that the project was complete. So I think here our experts, the fire marshal, the emergency planner, the building department, they were basing it on the current policies and standards. So I don't know if there currently is any kind of rebuttable evidence. There's definitely anecdotes, but I think it needs to be written public health or safety standards and policies to try to contradict those standards that our experts made.
And just to confirm, those experts are looking at it in the context of buildings as they are now, because we had someone from the audience point out this is a site, or this is surrounded by projects that are growing. So they've made this determination. I know you just spoke with them today, but they've made these determinations or recommendations with the current build out the way it is.
That's correct. They always, of course, we're always aware of future development as well as development that's under construction. So I would say that in terms of if the commission wished to make findings, health and safety findings, or what Dylan has referred to as specific adverse impact findings, you would be making those findings and calling into question the professional qualifications and experience of city staff. I would anticipate that if you were to make those findings and deny this project, it would be appealed to City Council by the applicant, and so the applicant would continue to exercise its right to due process.
And I appreciate the chair's leeway here, but in this vein, just to highlight another issue when it comes to state law, and I know we've laid that out we've overused the term hands are tied. Let's say that we as a commission, first of all, do we have authority as a subordinate body to city council to overrule state law or say that we want to make a decision in the face of state law? Can we do that and we invite an easy lawsuit from the applicant, giving the current body of evidence in the record? I mean, I am one who has classically on this commission questioned state regulation and guidelines and bumped up against guardrails really ineffectively over the years. So what does that scenario look like if we said, look, we don't want to go with your density bonus. We see SB 330 and think there are other items here we want to consider more. I mean, what does that look like practically if we made that decision?
I mean, on a practical standpoint, the density bonus law, which has been in effect since 1979, the case law is pretty clear that cities can't preempt the state law there. SB 330, that's more nascent, but SB 330, and I get these two confused, that's the Housing Accountability Act that amended the Housing Crisis Act, or the other way around. And I think that law has been in effect since 1982. And when you look at how the legislature has been crafting these ordinances, they say it applies to charter cities. We feel that this is not a municipal affair, meaning that the charter cities can't preempt it. So ultimately, it would be up to a judge to make that call. I don't think our city council would be too happy that the planning commission, the subordinate body that they appointed, would be inviting that lawsuit without them, giving that direction. I don't know if that answers your question there, or Andrew, if you had anything to add.
Well, I just, I reflect back on the review of this project, which has been quite extensive. I mean, I think this has been one of, for several reasons, the nature of the density of the project under density bonus law, as well as the request for concessions and waivers. This has been one of the most heavily scrutinized projects by all city staff, by all departments and divisions that I've seen in quite a while. And I've not, with regard to any health and safety findings, I've not seen any question from city staff that would suggest that they're not competent in the recommendations that they're making, and the determination that they are not able to find any specific adverse impacts. So again, it certainly is at the discretion of the commission to vote with regard to consideration of the resolution before you. And if you choose to deny that resolution, and then we would have to process through the outcomes of that decision.
And I'll just add too, with a lot of these new state housing laws, it has also allowed and given more power to the Attorney General to go after cities that aren't complying with these state laws. It can include not just the applicants, but other pro-housing entities can sue the city. I think we received a letter from one of those groups, and if you look at their website, they have sued 3 cities. I know HCD probably wouldn't be too happy with us. So I know staff, I think we can make these recommendations and these findings, and we would recommend approval here.
Well, and I know as I asked that question, it's pretty speculative, but I think you've given us a realistic reaction and what chain of events would trigger after that. So thank you. I'll let us kind of resume with discussion.
A question, Andrew. It seems like many of the comments are regarding that this project the context of this project hasn't really been thought of completely. The context of its relationship to existing development. My concern is the context of its relationship to undeveloped land that is also zoned medium density housing. There's over 6 acres of land there that's part of a zoning plan that says medium density housing. It's part of a general plan that says medium density housing. what's to prevent the city from saying, let's float that separate from this project. Let's do some more planning on where road accesses should be, what access to Petaluma Boulevard is most desired from fire and safety, where are the parks located, how can we do a more framework plan that puts this project in context and deals with some of the issues that have been raised. So I'm kind of saying, can we float that separate from this project and have the city do studies and catch up to it with a framework understanding as opposed to make it part of the project?
Well, I think during the questions of staff and the applicant, it was asked how might the commission make recommendations to the council, and I think that's one thing, that the commission could consider, is recommending to the council that a specific planning process be developed for this particular area, or perhaps even a larger area. That's how we would typically approach that, because through this project itself, we don't have nexus to require that, and that would be a decision of council to add that to the work program and then to fund that planning effort.
Okay. We're going to now start the order properly. We're going to start with Jessica.
I'm going to ask a question. Sorry.
Sure.
Okay. I just wanted to clearly have probably Dylan state the sort of order of operations here behind door number 1 and door number 2 of approval and perhaps rogue disapproval, and sort of where those roads lead given our meeting count and lawsuit threats.
Yeah, and feel free to, I'll try to take that one at a time. I think regarding, you guys are asked 3 things tonight: approve the density bonus, the concessions, the SPAR, and I guess CEQA on top of that. So the density bonus, I think there's no findings that we can make to deny it. The state law, like I said, doesn't even give cities and counties that opportunity. If they qualify if they provide the applicable affordable housing, they get their percentage of density bonus. So I think that we would need to approve. Then the other one is the density bonus concessions in the waivers. Concessions and waivers both require specific findings. One is that it doesn't provide, or at least for the concessions incentives, that it doesn't provide the either cheaper for construction or for the tenants cheaper rent. And the city, we can't make those findings. I don't think the applicant has provided us information for why the concessions for the all-electric would be cheaper, and it makes sense why the visitability would be cheaper as well. For the waivers, we would need to be able to make the specific adverse health and safety findings that I quoted earlier. And I don't think we have the record right now to say that there is a specific adverse health or safety finding. And again, those are quantifiable objective standards. And since the project meets all of the objective standards that currently existed when the project was submitted, it will be pretty tough and difficult, if not impossible, to say. So I think there would be a difficulty there. So that's the density bonus, concessions. The SPAR, denying any entitlement of qualified SB 330 projects counts as a disapproval under SB 330. And for us to not make those findings, I think it would need to require, again, specific adverse impacts objectively. And again, I think that's going to be really difficult there, especially because when you look at SPAR, the findings are related to what the site looks like. So really, the density bonus concessions waivers about all electric, those don't even get into it. And we have in the record, in the at least the staff report, why those findings could be made. So I think that would be difficulty there. And of course, even if we could make those findings, then that would be a disapproval under SB 330. And we're opening ourselves up to the applicant, HCD, other housing entities potentially suing the city. and there would be some consequences there, obviously attorney's fees. The city would have the burden of proof. So I think those are the issues there. And then SPAR, failing to, CEQA, sorry. So CEQA also can be a disapproval under SB 330. That's how they define it in subsection H6D. So failing to make the determination whether the project is exempt. And this is like a 3-4 page. And I think our environmental planner is easily able to make those findings. So again, I think we would be opening up ourselves up to an SB 330 lawsuit where the HCD, the Attorney General, applicant, any other housing entity that's pro could come in after the city there. So any other questions, council member or commissioner?
And just to confirm, if we were to put ourselves into a position where we're in a lawsuit, could you just confirm the attorney's fees piece of that it's not just it can't just be a stalling tactic? We would actually be on the hook for those attorney's fees.
Yeah, so SB 330 lawsuits, if we disapprove and the court disagrees with our disapproval, and again, we would have that burden. Besides the attorney's fees, the court would say, city, you have, I think it's 60 days to approve the project, and any day that you do not approve it past the 60 days, that's a $10,000 fine. And I believe they can even, if they feel that the city acted in bad faith, to not approve the project, especially after a judge told the city to approve the project, those fines can go up, I think, by ×5. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
So you're asking for our comments, or what's what asking for now?
So we kind of morphed into questions, which don't be sorry. This has been good. We needed to clarify what the actual lawsuit risk is and the actual lawsuit costs, because we all need to be aware that it's a real issue, not a we're giving you an excuse issue, which I think all of this has helped to clarify at least that part of this. At this point, this should be questions you're asking, but also comments that you have. I'd ask that we get all the way through the end before somebody makes a motion to take any action. Jessica, did you want to make comments before?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for the neighbors for coming out and giving their concerns. I can imagine that it's been on your minds, and that's reflected in the comments tonight as well as the ones submitted before. I hate to say this, but that said, given what we've heard tonight, I think this is a needed affordable unit, affordable project, and I wish to support it, given not only that our hands are tied, check one more off the tally board, that we need these units. And I appreciate the context from the applicant about the topography constraints. I think that's a really important thing to consider, that the graphics can only explain so far. And in terms of sort of what we've discussed, potential revisions, I am okay with the recessed dog relief area. I think the trash enclosure placement makes sense. You're right that nobody likes trash. There is going to be a trash truck on that block same day as your trash is collected. So I think the noise is sort of on par. And when it comes to the parking violations on public streets, that's the city's concern. And we have other meetings about parking enforcement around Petaluma. So I don't want to stick that on the applicant. So yeah, I think it's a needed project. Some helpful concessions have been made on both sides, and I feel as though we will be forced to pass it. Thank you.
Roger?
Yeah. It's understandable. I think we all understand now that this project is being driven by the state laws, affordability laws of this type of project. And the Planning Commission really has limited ability to impact it. But I'm disappointed that the city has not built a better context for this project. There's surrounding land that will be developed, and if we approach it like we're approaching this project, one piece of land at a time, without an overall context of what are we trying to build? What kind of neighborhood are we trying to build? Where are the parks? Where are the trails? What happens to the easements? Where's the access? All that should be worked out over a larger scale plan for all the area adjacent to this neighborhood and to your neighborhood. So I'd like to see, as part of the condition of approval, the city take on a specific plan or a level of specific plan that answers many of the questions about access, trails, parks, emergency access, and so on. I like how this fits and how the rest of the development will fit together with not only this project but the existing neighborhood. So it's a bigger picture understanding, but it should not hold up the project. It should happen independent and parallel to the project.
I'm going to dovetail a bit off of Roger's comments. This has got to be I think the most frustrating packet that I've opened since being on the Planning Commission. And part of that is because on one hand, we desperately need housing and we need the units. And I think everybody I've talked to, all the neighbors I've talked to have all agreed on that front. It absolutely is divorced of context. There wasn't, last general plan was 2008. A lot of things were not implemented. There's a different design ethos from that period of time that frankly would look archaic to us now. But a lot of that time period was build as you go, which is what this is unfortunately, I don't want to say taking advantage of, but this is what this is unfortunately being able to make use of. I also, at the same time, having worked on housing policy and knowing a lot about the grants involved, I completely understand why delaying this meeting, like doing a continuance, won't change what this looks like. The fact that this grant funding, that I'm assuming grants, but I know there's probably a myriad, like state and federal grants, they all come with specific requirements, and it's because a lot of these laws and funding sources were passed by people who want to say that they have accountability in their funding. This is especially true at the state. And so they added a lot of onerous requirements, which then creates projects like this, where to meet all of those requirements, to then stack that money together to be able to keep an affordable project, you then get the kind of puzzle piece cube that we have with this. So if I honestly believed a continuance would work, that they'd be able to work with the neighbors and vice versa, sure, but I suspect that would have happened by now. And housing funds are incredibly restricted for a reason. It's one thing everybody wants to see happen. It's also the one thing everyone's suspicious someone else is going to misuse. So that's why all these strings end up coming with them. The other part of, there's two other parts of why I'm conflicted on this, and I promise you I'm getting to a point. One is I fully understand the wildfire risk that you're afraid of. I worked with Tubbs fire survivors when I worked for Congressman Huffman. I saw what chunks of that evacuation look like. I saw what people's empty homes look like. I know what a neighborhood just gone looks like. No one should have to deal with that, especially here. And as staff can probably attest, you say the words WUI and the hair on the back of my head goes up, because that's exactly where those fires were. Now, I cannot, as a layman who has expertise in other areas but not fire protection, I can't turn around and say, hey, I had this experience and the fire marshal is wrong. I don't have the expertise to do that. That would not hold up in court. The fact of the matter is the staff we have hold that expertise, and unless there's something to show that there is a major negligence of duty, which sincerely I don't think there is, we are we have to work with the data we have and the policies that we're working around. And I know everyone here is sick of hearing this, so I'm not going to use the buzzword. But these policies have created a natural funnel. And that's what they were designed to do. To be frank, this is exactly what these policies were designed to do. I remember the debate for SB 330. The reason I do is I work at the legislature, I work in policy. I actually asked a friend in Ledge Council about this before today's meeting because I was looking for any little loophole or amendment or change that maybe gives us a way to delay things or make adjustments to design. They laughed me out of the room. And part of it was because these policies were designed to stack together to do exactly this. Originally, when I was thinking about this, I was all gung-ho to blame the policies, but I have to tell you, it's actually a long-standing problem here, which is, and it goes back to Roger's point, we as a city didn't do the context work, and there's a lot of reasons for it. I'm not blaming anybody who was in office or anybody who was working for the city. It took place over decades, but we're here. So we didn't do the context work. We don't have area planning. We have a developer who's moved in who does affordable development. They've taken advantage of state laws to get it done. We do need the units. That's where this got us. I am grateful to the questions that have already been asked because they've brought another good point, which is we, as a planning commission, our job is to serve the public, and it's certainly not to bring the city into a lawsuit. As much as I'm pretty sure all of us here would love to be making policy on one area or another, it is absolutely not our job to bring the city into a lawsuit, especially if we're hitting $10,000 to $50,000 a day fees. That's not our business, and I'm sure everyone here has seen the potholes we have all over Petaluma. You know our budget can't afford it anyway. So that kind of hits the limitation, and I think we've done a very good job in this meeting at least walking through where the legal restrictions are for us on this. It's not that we're looking for a way out. It's not that we don't want to do this. It's just this is where we're kind of stuck to work with. It doesn't give us a lot of options to do anything other than work with the developer as they want to work with us. Because especially the amendment to bonus laws, that really flipped the burden. The burden is no longer on the applicant to prove this. It's on us to disprove it. And we don't have the official data for that. And one thing I did want to say, one commenter had said that it was our burden to prove to you that this was safe. I can understand feeling that way. Our burden as a planning commission is to look at the findings we have based on the experts we have and to take public comment and to work with it as much as possible. I know everyone here has. I know we've peppered staff with questions tonight and for the days leading up to this since we first got the packet and found out this was going to come before us. But unfortunately, that's not part of our mission, nor do we have the expertise to do that. We have to work with the experts who've already given us that information. Moving past that, I would also say, yeah, I support this passing tonight. In large part because we can't do much of anything else. I hate to say it based on what we have. I grew up not far from this area. My best friend, a few of you I've emailed back have already heard this, but one of my best friends 2 streets away, that is a special place to me. And I remember that radio tower. And I also remember getting into trouble on that radio tower. And I understand the fears that were raised about you're going to have all of these cars here. You're going to have all this activity. Let's be honest, one guest spot, I know why that exists. That's 100% has to do with maxing out your units at the height. That's not something we can change. That being said, and this leads to the second point, the next step for this is not amending the project because that won't happen given the nexus of laws that have come together for this. The next step is the city. You've all raised great points. Enforcement's not very good there. You've all raised good points that when this project comes in, there's going to be more cars than needed. So if we're going to say they only get 1 car, the city's going to need to be there to enforce 1 car. And we're going to need to keep pushing forward with the city into how we deal with the other egress and how we also deal with Ravenna. Obviously, in communication with the landowner, I have no say over that. None of us do, but That's between the city and the landowners. That's not something we can control. Obviously, we want another way in and out. So with that in mind, some conditions I would like to say I would support for this. One, I'd like to see that because I don't think we can condition it because we can't condition to council, but I would like to recommend to council that we have a specific planning process for this area, which I know is 8 steps too late, but let's get started with at least the next piece of property and have that in context with this development. And especially with consideration to the high fire risk that's kind of surrounds the area, even if that spot isn't considered high fire risk by a local city map. As a condition, you mentioned community liaison to the neighborhood. We should see that. That should be a tangible, how that's going to work out. Is it a elected council? Is this like an HOA kind of situation? However, the structure for that you recommended earlier, that you've done in other projects. Yes, actually, I was going to say give that to the city, but it'd be good to hear that now.
Thanks. So I'll clarify that the times that we've done this in the past, it's been a neighborhood effort, which this group of neighbors has already sort of done, where they sort of appoint a spokesperson to represent the issues that the community might have or concerns the community might have, and they would liaise with the property management. If the property manager isn't capable of handling it or it needs more leadership, then the asset management team would get involved from the Pacific companies. But the property manager would be the person to work with. And I think how this has worked in past is it just gives some organization to the neighbors. So the property manager isn't getting inundated with 18 complaints for the same thing, but an organized effort that can be, addressed more reasonably.
And will it be stipulated in the property manager's role that they need to work with the neighborhoods appointed?
I don't know about that. Unfortunately, I brought this up a number of times, but we didn't formalize the effort. I think that there's a way that we could, well, let's put it this way. The property management company's job is to manage the property, and part of that management is to manage neighboring complaints, if there are any. Some of those may need to go through the city, through city policy and ordinance and laws, and some might be able to be worked out just between neighbors. I'm sure that we can come up with a way to organize it so that there's I think the intent is to have a predictable path to getting your complaint heard. Right? That's the idea. You're not just calling some random number hoping somebody answers, but you know the person's name and when to call them and when they can respond.
Okay. I don't know how to exactly frame this, but I do want as a condition for this, or like to recommend as a condition to this, that we require some kind of written verification of what that would end up looking like with the property management company. I recognize that it's a little malleable given it's been attempted in different places, but what I don't want is we throw this out there and then the neighborhood is like, okay, fine, we'll work with somebody, and then maybe I'm not saying that to be purposeful, but maybe miscommunication or something happens and it never quite comes to be. I want this to be something in writing if that's at all possible.
Okay. Andrew, I don't know if you can, write that in a way that maybe the report can be approved at the planning level. Just gives us a little bit of space to talk to the property management company and see how they would handle it.
Right. I've got a draft condition of approval here that we can review with a variety of other corrections prior to the motion on the resolution.
Thank you. I know I'm not trying to turn this into questions again, I'm sorry. Just going into conditions, if there is, you mentioned screening. I keep using the word trellis because that's what comes to mind, but some kind of covering for the park. I know why we can't move it. I know that this goes back to every inch of this thing has been priced out. I get that. But if there's some kind of coverage for the dog park, and just to deal with the mitigating odor.
For mitigating odor, not site.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about how how odor spreads to know how to do that.
Or a willingness to look into it with the city.
Yes.
To find out what options would be available.
Yes, I think that is within reason. That's definitely something that we can talk about doing.
Because obviously, given how these laws work, if it starts to cost you more, if it starts to cut into affordability or reduce units, it's not viable anyway. But within reason, as long as it doesn't hit that demarcation line of impacting affordability or unit number, to look into how we can mitigate it. It might be something worth working with the neighbor on. And I was, as final condition to bring up, and then I will stop. You mentioned earlier wanting to work with somebody for discussing kind of adult recreation. I think it would be great, and we've had this on other projects, if you'd be willing to work with our senior committee to consult on how the adult recreation on site might look. That's all. This doesn't finalize anything.
Sure.
But
I mean, we're always open to that, to ideas, We have to work within certain constraints, but then inside that,
Thank you. And that is it for my conditions that I would add for now. One last comment, and then I will let this continue. Unfortunately, the way this project has come to us, I'm pretty sure there's a world where all of us have found a way to work together and laws and contexts were different. This is the setting we're in now. But it does bring up another bigger point for our community that we're struggling with here, which is just the opportunities to say no as a city are decreasing over time. Whether you like it or not, state laws are coming in the books to make tonight look even harder. And because of that, it'll be that much more important for Petaluma to really be planning out how it accounts for infill, how it prepares for sites like this where, hey, if we know we're going to need a second egress spot, we've planned to have gotten access to it, whether we negotiated or paid for it or found to an arrangement on it, done these things to prepare for these changes, because as we go into the budget shortfall we're in, the laws that mandate these things will only increase and the funding available will only decrease, because that's just how these cycles go. So I do also want to encourage everyone who's here, regardless of how tonight goes, there's a larger advocacy to do for how we prepare planning going forward. And I know that's probably a little comfort for some folks, but I just wanted to be sincere about that being kind of the long-term path. And with that.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions before comments. I'm just thinking about, because I think parking could be an issue in the area, and thinking about people are going to be parking on the street perhaps. And did the fire marshal, when they did that inspection to make sure that the fire truck can loop around, did they take into account that both sides of the street could be filled with parking? Do you know?
They would review the plans during building permit, and if there needed to be red painting or white painting for a fire lane to prevent cars from blocking fire access, then that's certainly something they would flag at that level of detail. Right now, the road widening is more or less conceptual, and then when the construction plans are prepared, there would be a public works review for that public improvement, and then fire would flag any red paint that would have to provide fire lane.
Okay, so if it came to it that if they saw that the fire trucks had limited access, then they would reduce, I guess, the footprint of the development so that there could be access. They would prioritize fire access over the size of the development or something like that, I would imagine.
Are you referring to street parking?
I'm worried about when the street gets, there are trucks on both sides of the street, that fire trucks are not going to be able to access that area because they're not going to be able to make the turn. And how do I know? How do I know
Mhm.
that that's taken care of?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, so the fire apparatus turning radius into the site driveway to provide access onto the property itself and use the fire turnaround. So that would all be reviewed by Public Works with the public improvement plan for the 12-foot road widening of Ravina. And if it's deemed necessary by fire that they need to restrict parking through like red paint or something like that, then they would
Okay,
enforce that at the time. And street parking would in effect that dedication or that easement for the widening has already been factored into the layout and the number of units.
Right.
So it wouldn't affect the number of
Good.
units.
Okay. I just wanted to I wanted you to make me feel better that there's some backup plan to say that fire trucks are going to be able to access even if parking does become a problem, that they'll red stripe it or something like that, that there's something that they can do so that they can still access the area.
Yes, it would happen before occupancy, so before
Okay.
cars would even park there.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And then, I mean, what was the other thing that I wanted to talk about? I just had this other thought about the dog poop issue. And I was wondering if, there's going to be a property manager on site, and could you have like the property manager it be written into their instruction manual to, maintain this dog poop area twice per day or something like that and make sure it's clean? Is that something that would be done, could be done, is going to be done? Is there some instruction manual or procedures that is going to be written into, the property manager's handbook, and in order for them to maintain the dog pad area?
I don't know whether there is something like that already exists, but I will find out. I have it in here in my notes to check about the general rules for residents, and I'm assuming that there are kind of, we would say, boilerplate rules that every property is going to follow, and then depending on the site specificity, we would say there's other rules that we're going to add.
Mhm.
I will find out what that process is.
And you have the ability to add this requirement that this area is maintained on a regular basis?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And aside from that, I don't think you could sit down. I just want to say, we don't really have a lot of room here to do anything. I see that. I don't want to say this was a complete waste of time, but a little bit it was because we don't have really, I don't know, maybe we could change the color of the building, but I don't see that much more that we can do. So, I don't even, if I don't approve the project tonight, I don't know, that's just going to cause big problems for the city. And I think that it's going to get approved anyway in the future. So, I really want to encourage the, developer to work with the community and try to bridge the divide between, the people that are going to be living there and the community, and create maybe, opportunities for them to get to know each other and interact. And maybe, I hope that it's a positive in the end. And I hope that the community, the new people that are moving in, will respect the people that already live there, and create friendships and relationships maybe that will benefit everybody, but and not cause problems for the community. So I encourage everybody to try to work those things out. But otherwise, I don't think, I can't not approve the project, so I'm going to be approving it.
Thank you to the applicant and to staff, and I think people have laid out the regulatory framework we're in. Just to read from the staff report, basically, the city concludes there are no specific adverse impacts that could reasonably result in denial of this project. So that was, for me, when I look at a lot of these projects, I'm attempting to find a hole in the boat, a chink in the armor, and I took that phrase, and my fellow commissioners know that, and I took that phrase and really tried to find workarounds. I tried to find ways, what are the scenarios by which this project, and I think we teased a lot of those scenarios out, and we saw the litigation threats that the city would come under. And frankly, based on speaking with our own city experts and then outside experts that I bounce these kind of projects off of, I don't think we'd see a different result, and the city would have to go through a lawsuit to get there. And you might have a more recalcitrant developer who doesn't want to work with you because you've now put them through this. So with all of those facts aligning and relying on our attorney's office's guidance, I can't find a way around that. I think it does highlight some items for the city that some have been mentioned. I'm not sure if this gives an informal recommendation to council, but we need to do something about code enforcement. This issue on the streets, we're seeing it with enforcement of rules on the books for tree preservation and street tree municipal code. I'm told there's 1 to 2 FTE code enforcers in the city. So 1 to 2 full-time employees. And if I'm pulling that number off the cuff, that was from meeting with a member of planning staff in the context of tree committee. But we need to do something about code enforcement staff because we're not able to as effectively enforce rules on the books. And things like parking in the street would be one of those issues that I think Councilmember Cater Thompson highlighted really well. So again, I don't know if that's a formal recommendation to council, but I want that to be some kind of output or noted. I would say if it can be put as a recommendation to explore, that would be a great output from this process. I also just want to have us consider, and this would definitely not go in a formal recommendation, but I want to have us consider when we're looking at our current general plan, our land use that we're going through now, our general plan land use and eventual zoning code that will come out of that. We have to consider when we're looking at densities, these things like density bonuses. And I know I was talking with staff before our meeting that when we think about what density we're allowing where in our city, like medium density residential, what does that mean if a density bonus is applied? And really know kind of what those upper bounds really are, not just what our rules say. So I think that's a really important consideration as we're going through our kind of once in 20 years restructuring potentially of certain areas of our general plan land use in the city. But I also want to point out to Commissioner McCarlane's point, piecemeal planning is the reality in a lot of committees. And I think right now we're striving to have our urban design catch up with housing laws. And so I would love to see a recommendation to council that we do engage in a specific planning process. I don't know what this planning area would be called. We can have that to be determined. I think that would be a great output. So if something about code enforcement, about a specific planning process, and then something else that came out of this that I didn't expect, and I really appreciated members of the public bringing up, was city requirements around prevailing wage and what kind of labor we want to see on projects. And just from staff's, am I interpreting that right? That if we had some rule on the books, an objective rule, I guess it would have to be, that developers, even with density bonus and 330, would have to follow what we want to see in terms of labor on projects. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that is right. I believe some cities have those prevailing wages. But then again, you could have the issue here where it's affordable housing, they qualify for the density bonus, and that's one of their concessions to or waivers, yeah. But conceivably for non-affordable housing, that is an ordinance.
I think it would be a great output. And in that same vein, I think this demonstrates the need, and we've just done this as a city. We just passed our objective design standards for projects like this to get more objective rules on the books that lead to better design, better outcomes for these projects that don't have as much discretionary review. And I would love to see that process continue because we acknowledged at the time that was a Band-Aid. And I would love to see that expanded upon, strengthened, and ideally lead to some kind of design guidance for all projects in the city. Again, I don't know if that can be a formal recommendation to council. I would love it to be because I don't want to let the ball drop with we got something through with objective design standards when projects like this highlight the need to continue that process and strengthen our objective design standards that would apply to these projects. In terms of feedback for the project, I'm going to get to specific conditions of approval. I think these are feedback for the applicant that staff can guide me. I don't think are appropriate conditions of approval per se. I don't want affordable development to mean lack of design features, and that in no way impugns the design. I actually think with the planning exercise you guys had, this design is something that is, in terms of siting, matching with the existing neighborhood, it meets some of the marks. I think I would love to see a wider trim used in some areas, maybe where vertical and horizontal areas meet. Like I said, maybe some kind of tone change between those areas. maybe explore different trim treatments around windows, maybe insets of windows, maybe picking up on some of the other design features you see in the neighborhood, like some different textures, like some, I mean, again, not affecting the cost, but anything we can do to try to enhance those design features just that much more helps this development integrate with the community that much more. Going from being just non-offensive to kind of speaking the design language and feeling like we're not sacrificing everything in the design department. In terms of, and then the other part of this, lack of tree coverage to shade this massive amounts of pavement. I liked what Commissioner Moses said about keeping it in mind for the developer, because I believe you'll be in for the next 10 years. If parking requirements do change, looking at ways we can integrate some of those spaces to become coverage for some of those lots, I think would be really important, because it's a standard we're trying to keep with certain projects now, is looking at tree coverage over paved areas. And so I would love that just to be in the thinking. Again, not a formal condition of approval, but speaking with you as the applicant. And then again, reiterate that on that south and easterly below grade areas, looking at the fences there. I know you guys have done a lot with the stepping to allow light in, but if there's any materiality or something that can be done to those fence treatments to allow more light in, I think would be great for the users of the space. And then I think there is also this permeable surface issue. This may come up in CalGreen requirements during a building permit, but I would love to see some kind of use of permeable surface in parking or in tandem parking, where it may not be feasible, but that's why I don't want to make it a formal condition of approval. Just want to recommend it. For actual conditions of approval for the applicant, I like exploring a community liaison or formalizing some kind of feedback loop for continued community input. I do support, and again, these are all going to be couched as recommendations to the applicant to explore, and Andrew and Dylan, I'm going to rely on you for appropriate qualifiers so that we're not getting into territory we shouldn't be for SB 330 affecting cost or amount of units. But I support a recommendation to pursue an alternative, or I guess the condition of approval will be a recommendation for the applicant to pursue an alternative to artificial turf in the play areas. Condition of approval to have the applicant, I'm going to have two for landscape architect, work with the landscape architect to try and fit 4 more trees to meet the current objective guidelines on trees per square foot. I'd like to see if there's some geometry there that works, given defensible space and everything else. It may not be, but I think it's worth putting in there because I have a feeling we can hit that requirement. In that same vein, I would like there to be a condition of approval to recommend the applicant work with the landscape architect to replace areas, the red oak proposed to be planted with either live oak, valley oak, western sycamore, or another native species, low water use native species. And then as well as replacing the species, the eastern redbud plantings with western redbuds. And then I support whatever recommendation, folks have said it here, to engineer a noise and or odor solution for the refuse and dog relief area. That might be something where it's so non-specific, it's not strong enough to be a condition of approval, but if that can be in there as a recommendation for the applicant to explore with all the appropriate caveats, I think that would really well at least respond to community concern, put some weight behind that. I do support the applicant's changes to current condition of approval number 41. I think those are sensible. And something I asked staff beforehand, if we can also add a condition of approval to ask something akin to what we're seeing with the potential electrification, but kind of an ongoing engagement with the property owners regarding this easement and or the city to pursue a long-term connectivity solution to Petaluma Boulevard South. And again, that would be with all the appropriate caveats, not to put undue cost on the project, but if we're doing other follow-ups and assessments as well, put it maybe on a similar yearly cadence to explore those kind of options, because that feels like a flashpoint of a lot of community input and could address a lot of issues if that connectivity was there. So that walks through my formal conditions of approval, my feedback, and I think that's it for me.
It looked like you had something to say in regards to the odor construction.
Yeah, so I had two things. One, we were just doing a quick look at the odor control for, and AJ brought up there are treatments you can do to the surface of the dog relief area that prevent odor. And when he showed me that, I recall having heard about that in other developments. So that might be something to look at that would be more effective than screening. I don't know that screening from above would be very effective for odor, but throwing that out there, that's something we can look at. And so, I'm sorry, you were just talking about, what was the last condition?
Engaging with either the current property owner for that private stretch
Yes.
of Ravina or the city
Yes.
for some kind of long-term
Yeah.
solution there.
That was our preference when we first started looking at the site, was to have that connectivity out there, and certainly open, and I've expressed this to staff and also the housing department, to working on any future development, whether we are the developer or not, if there are adjustments to be made. We're in full support and cooperation of that. So, yeah.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Can I just make a comment specifically on what we were just talking around the
Sure.
odor
Go ahead.
stuff? I do think it's worth pointing out, as we've spent a lot of time about the dog relief area, that part of staff's response to some of community concerns, specifically about, this is the aesthetic section, does say that to the west, you've got 85 feet till there's an adjacent residence. To the south, there's 65 feet. To the east, there's 93 feet, and that the city-owned site to the north is 260 feet. So that's a lot of air to blow smells away, and it's down 17 feet, we've been saying. So I probably have dogs pooping and peeing closer than that to my bedroom window. So I'm less concerned about the actual impacts of that dog relief area, given that we're going to have dozens of feet. It's going to be sunken, and it's not going to be a dog run. So I would just say that to add that context on the distance.
Thank you. Rick.
Okay, I wanted to revisit a little bit of the conversation I had around some of the questions I asked earlier, and we've talked a lot about sticks and mandates, and lack of jurisdiction and discretion of this body. But I'd like to switch the conversation a little bit to carrots, and specifically around, like I said, the comments we had, the commentary we had earlier. One of those is around the decision of flex fuel heat pumps or electric heat pumps. Just call to your attention that the Inflation Reduction Act heavily incentivized the encouragement of all electric infrastructure. And later on this year, they'll be channeling literally millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to the California Energy Commission. California Energy Commission has set up a program called HOMES, which will channel those funds. Those will be rebates, cash rebates that'll be available right at the outset. So by the time your decision making is around, or your builder's decision making is around making that product decision, those will be available right at the outset as a cash rebate. So I think they'll strongly encourage you to go with the all-electric solution. But I just wanted to note that because that's something that's available up front, cash today, not at these 5-year intervals. They won't be available then. So I just want to call that to your attention. Also, I think you mentioned that your solar expert had accurately stated that the output of the solar system with the new PG&E rates will not make as favorable impact on electricity usage. And so for that reason, similarly, there are IRA rebates that are available for attaching batteries onto the solar system. So you can charge during the day when solar is producing, discharge in the evening hours when actually the electricity rates are very, very high. So there's a high value. There's probably no aspect of the Inflation Reduction Act which is more generous than those that encourage these batteries with solar to multifamily housing and to affordable multifamily housing. So again, I encourage you to employ some of those carrots rather than the sticks that we've been talking about so much tonight. Last thing is there was a comment made right at the end of the discussion about EV charging, and that the experience to date has been there has not been that much usage of EVs, and of course to date it's been mostly a luxury item with very few exceptions. We're getting to the point right now where across the board EVs are available for less than $300 a month for leases. So the affordability, it's not the more luxury vehicles that we've come to associate today with electric vehicles. It's becoming very, very affordable. So I think in the very near future, a lot of your residences, even in an affordable housing environment, will have access to these, and the decision to put that infrastructure in is much cheaper now than it will be later on. So just wanted to call attention to that. The last point, one of the public comments had to do with the city's property that's adjacent to this property and what that future usage might be. I do want to kind of echo that comment about whether it's affordable housing there or whether it's a park. I do think it is responsibility of the city to look into our inventory of property and to make considerations for how to best use that property. We put a lot of those mandates on our community and developers within our community, but I do think this is a perfect example of a great use of city property for a park there, for instance. So I do just want to reinforce that concept, and this might be a great place to start. Great. Thanks, Chair.
Councilmember?
Okay, it's going. Well, first of all, we have other affordable housing projects in Petaluma, and they really worked with us to make electrification and adding, 110 plugs for bikes. And so, and they're taking out artificial turf. So we have other developers for low-income housing that have accommodated this. And so it would be great if you could take some of our recommendations to heart, because this experience makes me think that we need to condition our impact fees on complying with our city goals, because this is really opposite of what the city goal is as far as electrification. And the artificial turf, we're kind of looking at that. And so it would be great if you could really start, looking at that, because we know it can happen because we have other projects. So as far as, I'm just going to go on my list, the electrical for the e-bikes, that should be pretty simple. And to be kind of being told, well, we're not sure if we can put 110 in, doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, you're not accommodating.
I'm sure you're right that it's probably simple, but since I am not an electrical engineer, I hesitate to promise you something off the cuff without knowing that it's possible to add it right.
Okay, I hear that. And then back to what Commissioner Wisman was talking about, what's coming down at the federal government. I mean, there are a lot of opportunities coming forward, and they should be taken advantage of, because, you guys are getting great impact fees are being waived. And so there has to be a little bit of give here. And as far as the artificial turf, I would prefer if that wasn't in there, in those spots. And charcoal barbecues, prefer not to have that. And Commissioner Wisman's right. I mean, EV cars are coming down. When it costs, gas is $200-300 a month, it's a lot easier to go electric if you can pay for a lease that way. As far as the rules on parking codes, you should know what those rules are and have pamphlets so people know when they move in what the rules are. So we don't go through breaking those codes, which is happening all around town. And so at least you can move forward with that. Is there noise from the rooftops, from these equipment? Is there going to be open the heaters? And what is that noise level?
I didn't want to just answer the question off record. There are rooftop units, there are AC units. The air, if you have an AC unit, it's a fan typically, and the noise goes up. So there's no noise that's going this way. Plus, they're enclosed in a parapet that's about, I think, based on the section, about 22 to 26 inches above the height of the highest point of that unit. So it channels all the noise up.
Are we sure about that?
Yes, we have an acoustical engineering report that states that. And the specs for the units are in the design review booklet that you have.
I saw those. Okay, because I have something similar, and it is noisy. I don't hear it because I'm in the house, but my neighbor does. So I just want to make sure. Yep. As far as, we're kind of talking maybe a specific plan down in this area, or a specific plan, but that would we could probably apply for grants or something. But I know through the general plan, there's been a lot of talk of what could be on Petaluma Boulevard. As far as prevailing wages, I believe if the city puts money into a project, then prevailing wages are part of the project. Is that correct?
If there was going to be some addition of like the city infrastructure, so sidewalks, road, I don't know if I think this is all private.
No, I understand this one is, but
yes,
if the city puts money into it, so like Danko and the one on the Boulevard, or the one on Washington Street, so those will be prevailing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, I guess I do have a problem with the Knox box, just to make sure it's not like a fenced-in area, so it's not completely closed off, which it doesn't sound like that's what we would do, but I just want to make sure that is not done. I think everybody else has asked the questions, and they've been answered. Thank you.
Andrew, you've been diligently taking notes on all of the conditions, on all of the things that we've requested. So before I ask any of us to make a motion, I was wondering if you could review back the conditions that we've collected so far.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So prior to the meeting, the applicant had requested modifications to several of the conditions of approval as drafted. And so I'm going to begin with those requests for modifications. And they may not necessarily reflect exactly the applicant's request, but they respond to the applicant's request. So condition 21 concerns the condition of approval for coordination with tribal monitoring during ground disturbing activity. And so we would modify condition 21 to add the following sentence. This condition of approval may be modified pursuant to FIGR, that's Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, and the applicant executing a tribal monitoring agreement to reflect the terms of such an agreement. So in other words, condition 21 could automatically be modified pursuant to a tribal monitoring agreement that is entered into by the applicant and the Great Rancheria. The reason why we would prefer to take that approach is because that condition of approval was provided by Great Rancheria, so that was not shaped by planning. And therefore, if Great Rancheria wants to modify that condition of approval and the applicant agrees to it, we think that they should be able to do so. Then condition 38, this would relate to the Knox box and to the gate question. We've drafted applicants shall be responsible for replacing existing gated access at the terminus of Rovina Lane with a new gate or bollards that should be accessible to the fire department and emergency responders through the installation of a Knox box or Opticom or similar technology in the event of an emergency or wildfire evacuation scenario. Condition 41, this relates to the request by the civil engineer to modify that condition. Without city engineer here to confirm how that condition should be modified, it is our understanding that the cross slope precludes installation of a crosswalk across Rovina at the intersection of Jacqueline and Rovina. However, the condition could be modified to say required directional ramps or curb ramps and new crosswalk striping and signage at the northeast corner of Rovina Lane and Jacqueline Lane, and at the northwest corner of Rovina Lane and Jacqueline Lane shall be installed as directed by the city engineer. That will give the city engineer the option of reversing a prior condition of approval and making the requirements consistent with, I believe, the applicant's intent. Then we have conditions 53 through 55. Quite simply modify the municipal code reference to refer to Petaluma Municipal Code section 15.15.070, followed by reference subsections. That incorrect section was referenced there initially. Then we get into the additional conditions that are a result of this evening's review. Planning condition, additional condition. Recommend continuing to analyze options for creating access to Petaluma Boulevard South via the existing access easement or in partnership with the city. Next additional condition, recommend evaluating the inclusion of live oak, valley oak, western sycamore, or another low water species in the tree planting plan and replace the eastern redbud with western redbud, subject to planning review and approval.
I would just add those species listed in lieu of the red oak they currently plan.
Do you want it to say low water and native?
Yes, that would capture it.
Okay, so we have recommend evaluating the inclusion of live oak, valley oak, western sycamore, or another low water native species in lieu of the currently proposed red oak in the tree planting plan and replace eastern redbud with western redbud, subject to planning review and approval. Great, thank you. Another additional condition, recommend increasing tree plantings near the dog relief area and other areas to achieve minimum tree planting requirement, subject to planning review and approval. Another condition, recommend installing bicycle EV charging stations within bicycle parking area. Another condition, recommend replacing artificial turf around the children's play area with another material such as gravel. Another condition, recommend installing electric grills in the outdoor activity area. Another condition, applicant shall provide suitable odor control solution to address potential odor impacts of dog park / relief area. Another condition, establish and maintain a community liaison role within property management staff to provide for regular community interactions, submit documentation of established role to planning staff. Another condition, prior to submittal, and the final condition, additional condition, prior to submittal of a building permit for construction, receive feedback from the Senior Advisory Committee about the proposed outdoor recreation facilities design, provided that any public meeting activity to fulfill this condition of approval does not result in exceeding the maximum number of allowed public meetings under SB 330.
Is there artificial turf in the dog area also and in the tot lot, but also the adult area?
I don't know the answer to that question, but we could change the recommended additional condition to recommend replacing artificial turf throughout the project site with another material such as gravel.
Thank you. And also, in the dog area, just look at, or maybe even the picnic area, a trellis of some sort, something, an overhang of some sort, if needed. I don't know how the sign works over there.
So then we would add another additional condition of approval.
Yeah.
Recommend evaluation of installing shade structures in all outdoor public gathering spaces, resident gathering spaces, including the dog park relief area. Okay.
You were doing that so well and so quickly, I couldn't quite keep up. So the last two conditions that you recommended before the last two additions.
4 additions.
Was it 4? I'm trying to keep track.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
The last two conditions that you read when you were going through the list that were being added, were those worded as recommendations?
So the last two that I have are establish and maintain a community liaison role within property management staff to provide for regular community interactions, submit documentation of established role to planning staff. Was that one of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think it's probably okay because you're subject to approval for planning staff, so we can work with you on it. I just worry about the language of establishing a role because the property manager will have a predetermined role, and we would be adding to their duties, but it has to work with the property management's contract with the property manager. So I just want to make sure we're leaving flexibility in there in that language. Okay, and the one after that?
And then the final one, prior to submittal of a building permit for construction, receive feedback from the Senior Advisory Committee about the proposed outdoor recreation facilities design, provided that any public meeting activity to fulfill this condition of approval does not result in exceeding the maximum number of allowed public meetings under SB 330.
Great, okay. And then the only other note that I had is on condition 38. Again, I hesitate to have it written that way because we do not have the authority to make that decision on our own. That requires the cooperation of the property owners to the west. Is the intent to try to prevent through traffic with having a fence?
Well, I believe that, yes, I believe that should be the intent. That should be our primary goal, is to prevent through traffic because we don't have an improved roadway to support vehicular traffic. And so that creates a safety issue, as well as the fact that we would be transitioning from a public right-of-way to likely some sort of private right-of-way, and that should be controlled access then. So I believe there should be some sort of controlled access of some form, but it should also then allow for pedestrian and bicyclist as well.
The complication, I think, will be that at the point where our residents would be entering the project crosses over into the easement. So the gate that the city would be requiring in this condition would actually be in the easement as opposed to on city property in front of the easement. So I think we would just be crossing into participating in a private easement that neither of us has the authority to decide on by ourselves.
Sure. Okay. Hold that thought for just a moment, Chair. We need to take a vote to continue the meeting past 10:30. And also, actually, I think we need to take a vote to conduct a public hearing of meeting item.
To go on to meeting item number or whatever, the next item.
4.
Right, to conduct a public hearing for meeting item 3. That's the vote we need to take by 10:30, and then by 11, we would need to vote to go past 11.
Okay.
So, sorry. Well, right, so then 3 and 4. So we would need a vote to consider meeting items 3 and 4.
Can I have a motion to go past 10:30 and allow for the consideration of items 3 and 4?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay.
Commissioner Bauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Moses?
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerling?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wissman?
Yes.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Great, thank you. So I think what we want to do is write the conditions such that it achieves the goal of controlling vehicular access, but allows the applicant and planning staff to work with the city engineer as well to achieve that goal. So I think that's how condition 38 should be rewritten.
This proposed fence is blocking access to my ADU. The road goes all the way back to my ADU that's in the back of the property. So you put a fence there and now you're restricting my own usage of my property.
Well, I think that's what we would have to look at as part of developing a solution. So, as property owner, you would be involved in that discussion.
Because I haven't heard from them for over a year about the use of my property.
Can we state clearly as part of the condition, and forgive me if it was, and I simply just lost track, but can we state clearly that the intent of the condition is to work with all parties involved to have some kind of gate or restriction to access unless we're dealing with emergency situation? That way we're not trying to workshop exactly what that looks like at this meeting.
So just say applicant shall work with city staff and all other parties involved to limit vehicular access to the private drive access easement while allowing for emergency vehicle access.
Thank you.
Great. So I think in summary, I won't read them all again, but in summary, we'll have modifications to draft conditions 21, 38, 41, and 53 through 55 that were previously presented to the Planning Commission in the draft resolution for consideration. And then we are adding on 10 additional conditions of approval
Chair
that are
Hooper,
requested by the Commission.
Is the dog poop bags a condition of approval?
No.
I'll note that on their map there is a dog waste system dispenser listed at number 9, so I think they already got it.
Thank you very much.
If you're going to have a dog. And I know this isn't part of conditions for approval, but as part of this theoretical package that we'd be voting on, that also include recommendation to council for there to be area-specific planning for the area?
Well, I think that the recommendations to council, which I have identified here, I have pursue a master-specific planning process for the cumulative properties designated medium density by the general plan, augment code enforcement staff to more fully reinforce city regulations throughout the city, evaluate the prevailing wage requirement for all affordable housing projects, and expand upon and strengthen objective design standards to include design guidance for all projects throughout the city. Those 4 recommendations would be delivered to council through a separate memorandum as opposed to via this project's resolution.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless there are no other comments, I think we're at the point of motion being made.
I'll motion for approval of the SPAR, CEQA et al., as well as the new conditions of approval and modified conditions of approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. If we can get a roll call vote.
Commissioner Bauer?
Yes.
Commissioner Moses?
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerling?
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison?
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman?
Yes.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
The vote is passed.
Okay. With that, at 10:34, we've gotten through our first discussion item. We are learning time management, everyone. We are learning it. And I'm just as much to blame. I know I went on. We're going to have a 10-minute break. Okay, can you hear me? Great. We are back from our totally only 10-minute break, and we're going to move on to meeting item 3. It is a public hearing, a recommendation to the City of Petaluma Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing and consider a recommendation to approve site plan and architectural review, or SPAR, for proposed Mallison Way resident project, which is located at 118 Kimberly Way. Because it's a public hearing, this does not require the commission to disclose any ex parte communications. And with this, I'd like to invite staff to present. I believe we have Daniel Harrison, Associate Planner. Hello, Daniel.
On, probably help. How's that? Okay, great. Okay, pleasant good evening to everyone. My name is Daniel Harrison. I'm an associate planner with the City of Petaluma, and I'm here to present the project before you tonight. We also have the project applicant, who is the architect, Jeff Farrell with Farrell and Faber Associates, in attendance, and he will give a brief presentation following this one. The item before your review tonight is site plan and architectural review, as we call it, SPAR, for construction of a new 2-story single-family residence and associated site improvements on a currently undeveloped parcel at 118 Kimberly Way. The project's record number is PLSR 2023-0016. I'm going to begin by providing a background of the project site, followed by a description of the project, and then an analysis of the project's compliance with applicable guidelines. We'll conclude the presentation with a recommendation on the project. And just one quick point of clarification: in the staff report that you received, there was a mislabeling of figures 5 and 7. Figure 5 should have been the east elevation, which is the left side when you're facing the project from Country Club Drive. Figure 7 should be labeled the north elevation. So apologies for that error, and just let us know if you need any more clarification on that. So some background on the project site itself. It's located on approximately 0.18 acre parcel in the southeastern portion of the city. It's within the Country Club Estates Planned Unit Development, what we call a PUD. The site features an average slope around 16%, and the existing site conditions feature just kind of a few shrubs, no protected trees, and little vegetation. Obviously, it kind of varies seasonally, but there's not a lot on the site, as you'll see in the images in the next few slides. So again, just some kind of context for the project location. There's a 10-foot public utility easement that extends from the rear lot line, and that runs across the rear of the lot being the lot line that's closest to the private driveway that is accessed from Kimberly Way. There's also, the site is really, if you look at it, it's heavily sloped kind of from south to southeast to north, sorry, it's a little late, southwest to northeast, and it's logically kind of arranged to accommodate the lot's slope and again, to avoid any unnecessary grading or encroachment into those easements. The regulatory context associated with this site, the general planned land use designation is a very low density residential. The density range here is between 0.6 and 2.5 dwelling units per acre. The general plan, if you didn't know, it effectively allows that one dwelling can be built on an existing legal parcel that's designated for residential use. So as such, the parcel is allowed to be built given this density and that language in the general plan. It's located within that planned urban development, that PUD. The PUD was a 43-lot single-family subdivision. There were 3 phases. The first 2 phases were approved in 1992, and the last phase was approved in 2000. And the stated objective in this PUD is to promote development that's sensitive to the environment and natural topography. And the guidelines that are an attachment in your staff report recognize that the lots have unique features, and they essentially set forth development standards that reinforce the preservation of the natural environment as a top priority for development. So this is the site plan. I know the details are a little bit hard to see for the audience, but the project proposes the construction of a new 2-story, 3,035 square foot single-family home, which is located on Lot 1 of the subdivision. The residence would contain 4 bedrooms, an attached 2-car garage, a partially covered upper deck, and a covered lower deck. The primary structure is 2 stories, and it would be constructed at a maximum of 24 feet above the natural grade at its highest peak. And it's going to be designed to be all electric to meet the city ordinance that requires such. Vehicular access to the proposed residence would be proposed via a new curb cut and driveway extending from the private driveway that kind of abuts from Kimberly Way to the attached garage. And that's going to extend a total length of 36 feet through the project site. And it's important to note that the main frontage is really going to be from this private driveway. However, there is a pedestrian path via a gravel driveway that allows access from the Country Club Drive frontage as well. Really hard to see those colors and materials, but we've found that they're generally consistent with the transitional contemporary style of the new residence. And just to highlight a couple materials, metal roofing that's painted in a matte black, stucco finish in this kind of nice deep fossil, chestnut wood painted siding, and black for the stair and deck railing details. And the window trim is also going to be that black. Looking at the elevations, so really a kind of high point with the elevations is that the structure was designed to step with the natural slope of the lot. The primary entrance is located, is really designed to be 1 story, and it's oriented again towards that Kimberly Way frontage, which is consistent with other lots along the private driveway. And if you look at we'll have a rendering later in the presentation, but the second floor area, it really appears to be smaller than the first floor, and that goes a long way with reducing the overall massing, and it creates this idea that there's a kind of large base with a smaller top, and that's consistent with the kind of prevailing development pattern that we see in this PUD. Just another look at the right side elevation here. And some more detail. I'll note that each elevation is articulated with varying roof heights, window configurations, and exterior materials. There's use of stone veneer at the base of the structure, and it provides a break in the vertical plane. It introduces a horizontal design element and creates that visual interest. And there's also a varying of the color and finish of the stucco siding, which again kind of creates visual interest and breaks up that pattern nicely. Looking at one last elevation view, note that approximately a quarter of the second floor area is reserved for the partially covered deck. That reduces the massing of the structure. It provides this kind of open area that appears to be a single level from the street, and it provides variation in the vertical plane at the north elevation. So happy to kind of debrief that a little bit, but again, this kind of concept of creating visual interest and reducing the massing to fit the natural curvature and topography of the site. And this variation and kind of those design elements that I noted are featured across all of the elevations. Just a look at the floor plan. So the ground floor area, the first floor, approximately 1,292 square feet. The upper floor is considerably larger with the 2,656 square feet, and that includes living space, a two-car garage, and the covered lower deck. And this was reviewed by our building division to meet all visitability requirements, and it's logically designed to allow residents and visitors, including those with mobility restrictions, to kind of freely flow through this space. As proposed, the project features minimal landscaping of the site. All existing trees and vegetation is going to be preserved. There is a requirement in the PUD for tree planting. So there's one coast live oak that's going to be planted along the country club kind of frontage, even though it's not considered the front here. 2 Japanese maples and a number of drought-tolerant shrubs, ground covers, perennials, and low water using California native plants. All lighting will be hooded and downward cast in accordance with city standards, and as proposed, the project does not include new fencing. These are just the standards of review. This is all in your staff report. So we looked at the Chapter 16, which is the hillside protection, and that applies to all new development in the South Hills. Chapter 17, tree preservation, and then the site plan and architectural review standards, as well as the visitability standards contained in PMC Chapter 17.14. And the details of the staff analysis are, again, in the report before you, but we reviewed it with consistency of the hillside preservation chapter. And the upshot is that the residence was designed to avoid steeply cut slopes. It's been designed to minimize grading. It utilizes the hillside design guidelines, which reduce massing. And it's also been cited to avoid any removal of on-site vegetation. And as such, we found the project to be consistent with those required findings. Again, this is a rendering that was provided by the project's applicant. And so we reviewed for consistency with the required site plan and architectural review findings. To summarize, the project demonstrates harmony and proportion in its overall design. That's done through the use of natural colors and materials which blend into the hillside. It incorporates hillside design elements, which reduces the overall massing of the primary structure. And the design is contemporary, and it's compatible with current development in the surrounding neighborhood. The siting of the structure preserves the natural environment, and it also ensures adequate privacy of the adjoining properties. All proposed landscaping is consistent with standards that are in city standards and also in the PUD guidelines. And the driveway access is consistent with all applicable codes and statutes. So as such, the project meets all of these required findings contained in ISO 24010. Quick summary of the neighborhood outreach. We had a neighborhood meeting on February 13th, 2023. We had 4 members of the public in attendance. Everyone voiced support of the project, and we answered some clarifying questions. Jeff was there along with the property owners who couldn't make it tonight, but are very excited about the project. We duly noticed the project in accordance with ISO Chapter 24010, and we have not received any public comments as of the rather late hour of this presentation. For the environmental review, the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of CEQA under Section 15303. That applies to construction of single-family residences. Additionally, there was a mitigated negative declaration for this PUD that was adopted in November 1992, and so that was analyzed under that environmental review document. Going back to the Class 3 categorical exemption, so none of the exceptions to this exemption would apply, and therefore no further environmental review would be needed. And we have our notice of exemption that will, if the project is approved tonight, that will go to the county clerk and state clearinghouse tomorrow for public review for the next 35 days as required by law. And just a summary of the recommendation. So based on the analysis provided in the staff report presented here tonight, it is recommended that the Planning Commission adopt the draft resolution approving construction of the new single-family residence subject to conditions. So thank you very much, and happy Passover if you celebrate. I'm available for any questions, as are my colleagues with the city. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Did the architect want to present as well? Hello, Jeff.
Good evening. I've got a 45-minute presentation to go through.
Well, we're
this has got to be a record. So thank you all for sticking around. Good evening to the Planning Commission, and thank you, Daniel, for that presentation. I only want to add that we also did a review with the Design Review Committee that's part of the Country Club Estates, so that was a level of scrutiny that actually exceeded what the city required as far as guidelines on height and coverage and other restrictions. So we did go through that process with the Country Club Estates. And then as far as any other questions or information, I'll defer out of respect for time to specific questions you have, and I'll be happy to answer those.
Darren, go ahead. Go at it.
Kick us off. Really, I just had a question. You know, we just saw a site on Hayes Lane that had a pretty severe slope, and I made a point there that, you know, we need a geological person on site during construction. Now this one, I see here that it was July 16th, 2018, Miller Pacific Engineering Group did a report. Is there anything different about this site, just less slope, or why wasn't that aspect mentioned in this report for this project?
So there was a geotechnical report, the Miller Pacific. I'm not sure I understand the...
Sorry, I meant to direct that towards staff because it seemed like there was a little more robust coverage of that in a previous project with some of the similar site attributes. And I just wanted to make sure, do we feel like I mean, you wouldn't have brought it forward if you didn't, but do we feel like our bases are covered? Is there discussion to be had around that? Or is the fact that we have a report from 2018 that indicates no issues enough to not consider it further? Is that the general?
Well, I'm trying to recall the 560 Hayes project because I feel like there was maybe some different soil situations there. There was a bit of slope instability that needed to be monitored that we're not seeing on this site. So typically, as Jeff knows, when we receive those geotech reports, we'll receive them as part of the planning submittal. They'll get reviewed at that time by building division, who's basically checking to see that, yeah, you do have the report and that it would be sufficient. And then it's going to get submitted as part of the building permit application where it will be reviewed in detail. And that's where they'll really do the close scrutiny to ensure that both the project design and that the soils are adequate and appropriately stabilized.
Okay, thanks for that, and sorry to make us explain kind of a pro forma process there. For the design itself, I really like the front. There's a lot of materials breaking up, texturing, and obviously along the sides, it looks a little more like an expanse, but I know there's a different color of that stucco that doesn't show up on kind of the black and white site plan. Have you explored any other window treatments, any other kind of areas that kind of break up some of that, especially I'm not looking at I'm trying to find the map. If it's the eastern facing side, I think that doesn't even have railings or anything.
Mhm.
Just talk through that of kind of breaking up those side views of the property.
It's slightly misleading on our plan set because you see it from the sides, but the reality is where the houses are positioned next to it, it's nearly impossible to see those elevations. So we primarily focused on the front and giving a good street presence, which is hard to do when your garage is 2/3 of what you're going to see pulling up to this house. And then on the downhill side for the country club, looking back up there with the articulation and the deck. So giving that some interest. The sides, because of the proximity of the other houses and the steep slope that are there, it's nearly impossible to be seen.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Great. Who else has got questions for this one? I'm not going to go in any particular order. I honestly don't either. I think we're ready for just to move to a vote on this one.
Maybe just ask about public comments.
Maybe just ask about a public process, whether or not we have public comments. Just skip past that. Do we have anybody here who wants to make public comments on this item? Excellent. Do we get any written public comments on this item?
We received no public comments prior to this meeting.
Barn burner of an item. Okay. With that, I'll make a motion to approve the SPAR. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right.
Commissioner Bauer?
Yes.
Commissioner Moses?
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerlane?
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison?
Yes.
Commissioner Wissman?
Yes.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
The vote is approved.
There we go.
Have a great night.
You, sir, probably hit the record for how quickly we've ever gone through one of these. Right after we hit a different record. So we have, the last item we have tonight is the administrative action. Andrew?
With the prior vote, we voted to go past 11. So.
Andrew pointed out the discussion tonight is whether or not to introduce the item. It's not to actually vote on the item. So we can go as brief on this as we want to, because we wouldn't be taking any actual action other than.
Can we take action if we do want to?
No.
Oh.
No, the rules are that you have to introduce it at the first meeting and then vote at the second meeting.
Yeah.
Because part of our issue on this last time was that we wanted everyone here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're.
Yes. No,
Okay.
Yes. We're all here, but we can't do it all in one night. No. Whether to support it or not, we can't take that vote tonight. All we can do is have the vote to introduce it. With that in mind,
Do you need a motion to introduce it?
well, so here's what I was going to ask folks. We can go through the full presentation on it as planned, and at the end, it's just a vote to introduce. Or because it's 11:10, we can do the vote to introduce and then have the discussion at the next meeting, and then ultimately, yay, nay, or otherwise. Yeah, because we'll be hearing the same presentation twice no matter what, because there's no way we'll remember by then.
I'll make a motion to.
Let's just wait till public comments again.
Yes. I could hear Dylan that time. He was like, no, not again. So with this in mind, do we have anybody here for public comments on this item? Thank you all. Did we get any written public comments on this item?
We received 3 public comments prior to the meeting, all of which have been posted online for viewing.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to introduce?
Chair, is it possible just to ask a question about it since I wasn't here in the beginning?
Absolutely.
So I understand that this is for, we're going to be looking at a consecutive term of 2 years for chair and vice chair, right? But is it such that after 1 year, then that the chair and vice chair can serve another year with approval, or is it just for 1 2-year term?
It would be the former. So you would continue to elect your chair, vice chair, and second vice chair each year. The only change would be, or the change that's being proposed, is that the chair could be elected to 2 consecutive terms.
Got it. Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, go ahead.
And is that scope specifically for the general plan, or is that universal?
So right now, it's the way that the rule change is proposed. We would put in, effectively write in a sunset clause, such that after the Planning Commission recommends to the council on the zoning code amendments that would implement the general plan, then the rule would automatically roll back to the chair being only allowed to serve 1 term.
Will be an explanation of why?
That'll be with the presentations for the next time. Is that what we're saying?
So the idea was, and this is only if everybody was comfortable doing this, we can't vote to take action on this one way or the other than introduce the item tonight, and then at the next meeting we can actually vote yay or nay on it.
But we can't. Can we discuss it tonight?
We can discuss it fully tonight if you want. That's fine. I was just wondering if folks wanted to just introduce for a longer discussion in the next meeting. But if you want to discuss it now, that's fine. No, that's okay. Oh, absolutely. No. This is only to, what I didn't want to have happen is we have the discussion tonight and then we have a second meeting and we're all foggy. That's all.
I agree.
Yeah.
And also in this case, well, I feel like I let you in on a secret. But in this case, the presentation is ready, so we can go ahead and publish the presentation to the meeting items. You'd be able to see the presentation in advance.
Great.
Anyway, typically our presentations aren't ready until right before the meeting.
Oh, so everyone will have full access to the whole thing for quite a while. Oh, that's even better. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to introduce?
I'll make a motion to introduce.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bauer?
Yes.
Commissioner Moses?
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerling?
No.
Commissioner Rackison?
No.
Commissioner Wissman?
Yes.
Councilmember Kader Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
For clarification, so this is, once the general plan is completed, then we go back to the old rules. This is sunsetted?
It would sunset after the Planning Commission makes a recommendation on the zoning code update that would implement the general plan. So the sunset clause at present would take us all the way through the zoning code update.
What's that time frame?
Well, at this point in time, we're looking at it at the draft to be presented within 6 months after the adoption of the general plan.
That's not till 2025.
Well, the general plan would be the end of 2025, so we would look for the zoning code update to be presented mid-2026. But we could always, if you want the sunset to be at the end of the general plan, then you just, when the motion is made to approve the rule change, then you could just make it a friendly amendment to the motion to amend it to automatically sunset after recommendation of the general plan is made.
Well, I'd like to make a friendly motion to
discuss once we actually get to it in the next meeting.
For the next meeting.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
But with that in knowledge, I can write it in as an alternative as well.
To discuss.
Okay.
And for this, do we know it's going to be presented at next meeting, or could the time frame be like when we vote on chair and vice chair? So we're not preempting any selections in the interim or anything like that.
Well, the May 14 agenda could be quite lengthy. So it may be that it gets continued we would agendize it for decision on May 14th. It could be that you choose to continue it to the May 21st agenda, which is not quite as lengthy. But we have quorum for all of our meetings in July. But we wouldn't vote on the elected positions until the first meeting in July. So there's still ample time to review it. As long as if we don't get to a vote on a decision on it, we just continue it to the next meeting.
Would there be any merit to waiting to that meeting in July to make sure that we have a scenario that mandates it, or is there virtue in bringing it forward earlier? What is your thought on that time frame, Andrew? I'm assuming you think so because you've introduced it, so maybe that answers the question. But
well, the primary the timing of the introduction was just to coincide with bringing forward the draft policy framework. So we were looking at that general plan review and sort of thinking about all of the administrative needs, and this, from our perspective, is an administrative opportunity for consideration. So, I mean, we could. I think that if we. I think it would seem like we would want to conclude it prior to the meeting at which we elect.
And I think it reflects the will of this committee, just from what I'm seeing, and maybe we can discuss that when it's agendized at the next meeting that's appropriate.
Well, I just had a comment that there is some thought that we should wait until you have the replacement for me, because I don't really have any skin in the game, and that person does. So I don't know if that is something to be considered also.
What's the timeline on our vacancies?
Well, so this is interesting.
Goody, interesting.
Oh, wait.
I'm up in June.
So the July 9 meeting would be the first meeting after appointment of the new commissioners, or reappointments rather, whichever the case may be. But
how many vacancies are we going to be?
Two.
Two.
There would be two vacancies. But I will tell you that right now, the July 9 meeting is the draft EIR is scheduled to be reviewed for the downtown overlay. So that would be a very large meeting to do both appointments and to
on the 9th
to
of July.
vote.
I'll be on vacation.
I will just comment that I do think there is value in making this administrative decision about electing our chair before we are in the throes of electing a chair. Like, I think that separation is valuable to clarify that this is an administrative decision to support the, as we will discuss, rationale of continuity in a general plan cycle, and would recommend that we do that not when we're also then like 2 agenda items later going to be electing chair, who we've now said can stay for 2 terms. That just feels a little sticky to me. So all that to say, making this decision on the administrative piece in May or June instead of into July.
Yeah. Well, and I think certainly we can agendize it sooner and have this discussion then if we want to extend it, things like that.
It does look like at this point in time, on May 28th, which is a regular meeting, we do have a full quorum, and we would review a couple of the general plan draft policy frameworks. So that's a bit lighter of a meeting. So we may want to consider.
That'd be perfect.
We'll just intentionally agendize it for May 28th then.
Because we should also remember, regardless of what we do, this doesn't lock, and even if we were to go through with this does not lock the commission in deciding to keep somebody going twice. It just offers the ability.
Right. It's just not terming out the chair and vice chair. Yeah.
Right. Great. So then we'll just officially agendize it for May 28 for a decision. Works well. Thank you.
Well, with that, I believe we have committee comment. Council member?
I was in Sacramento last week for 3 days with the League of California Cities. A lot of good forums, discussing about homeless. What's this, the AI, and what cities are doing about that, how they're working with it, which can be somewhat problematic. So it's good to have a plan ahead of time. What other kinds of things? I don't know. It's kind of late. I think I'm done. Lots of meetings, that's all I can say.
Rick? Darren?
Final plug for Tree Fest, 27th, 11 to 3, put on by the City of Petaluma, partnership with Relief. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. I will second a lot of meetings. Roger?
Yeah, the tree advisory meeting was very brief and very little content.
Fair enough. Jessica?
Happy Passover to those who celebrate, and take a look at, I think the most condensed version of it is going to be the Know Before You Grow calendar. There's a lot of stuff, particularly on May 1st. There's I don't know, the historic preservation presentation marker calendar.
And now for staff comment.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your service this evening. I know that the 2 Ravina project is a challenging item. So I did want to note on May 1st, there's the Untapped Potential Strategies for Preservation, Revitalization, and Reuse of Historic Properties. That's part of the Preservation Month celebration. Also on May 15th, is placemaking, preservation, and tourism. So I thought those might be 2 of the activities that would be of particular interest. Also on May 1st, we have the scoping meeting for the Downtown Overlay EKN Appalachian Hotel project. So that's coming up. And then I'll send around information about this, but on May 16th, there's SPUR, which is a policy group based in the Bay Area, is offering View from Sacramento State Housing Legislation Roundup and Budget Update. So I thought that might be of interest to you as well, especially reflecting on some of the projects we've reviewed and then going into the general plan update review of the draft framework. So some opportunities there for that. We are on track to hold all 3 meetings in May, so thank you for your responses to the quorum checks for those meetings. And then finally, I had one last thing, and now it's escaped me, and I apologize for that. So, I know what it was. For the ad hoc committee chairs, if you could just give me a brief report of activity and where you stand and any support that you might need so that I can share that with the general plan update team and get you help if you need it. We'd greatly appreciate that. And so that's my report, Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. What? No, we're adjourning the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and we'll call it a night.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.